Vote, Mike,
Yes, ma'am.
would I allow public comment during that time?
That's the chair's discretion.
Right. And how much time do we have for that?
I've also invited all the other elected officials and I'm asking
an hour.
Ramon and Jennifer to speak specifically to some items of funding,
Okay.
federal funding.
All right, so
So
we'll,
I might cap it at a time frame.
yeah,
Knowing that.
Yep.
And our elected officials are anticipating.
all right, it is 9:30. Good morning, San Miguel County. This is a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It is Wednesday, February 26th, 9:30 a.m. I am calling this meeting to order. In the room are all three commissioners present, staff, people who are on the agenda, maybe some members of the public, but they're probably here for the agenda. And we're happy to see so many folks here. We will begin, as we normally do, with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. I am moving on to item number 4, review of the agenda. Commissioners and staff, is there anything that needs to be moved around, added, deleted?
Commissioner Brown, it's noted on the agenda, but I just want to make sure the public was clear that we're continuing the discussion on the MOU for the youth hangout. We do anticipate having that on our March 5th agenda. There are just some final changes from the other partners and us that will need to be incorporated into the document before we can consider that.
Okay, that's great. So item 6C is being continued to a future meeting, hopefully March 5th.
Right.
Anything else? All right, let's carry on. I am going to move us now to item 5, which is public comment for items not on the agenda. And I know we have Superintendent John Pandolfo here with us. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Commissioner. I assume you can hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the time, and I'm sorry to take your time. And I'm going to apologize that my voice isn't great, like probably many people around right now, but I'm here on behalf of the school district and at the request of our Board of Education, really just to make sure that you are aware of some of the, excuse me, funding concerns that we are facing for the upcoming budget year. So I'm just going to read through some comments. I did ask if you could get a hard copy of this at some point, just so you do have it in writing. last legislative session in May of 2024, HB 24-1448 was passed, which created a new educational funding formula that will hurt Telluride specifically in the following ways. First, the cost of living factor that had previously been set at 1.595 for Telluride and had been in place for decades as part of the previous formula, is now capped at 1.23. This, in essence, results in a decrease of around $1 million in our $13 million total program funding from the previous funding formula. Second, the use of a locale factor, which is from the National Center for Education Statistics, was put into the new formula to determine funding related to size and remoteness of our district. And for Telluride, that would result in an additional decrease of over $1 million in total program funding in our currently $13 million amount, simply because the population of Telluride increased from just under 2,500 residents to just over 2,500 residents, because that brings us from a locale factor of 1.25 to a locale factor of 1.10. Just to note, we would move from a rural designation, which is anything under 2,500, to a town designation, which ranges from 2,500 to 50,000. And the population they're basing this on for Telluride is 2,522 residents. This season, given the forecasted state revenue shortfall of $700 million, the governor has proposed an additional change to the funding formula beyond what was passed in HB 24-1448, and that would have an additional impact of over $1 million on our total program funding, and that relates to changing the currently funded student count from multi-year averaging, which it exists in the current formula and is proposed in 1448, to just going to a single year count and doing that immediately. That would impact the majority of the districts in the state because most of us are in declining enrollment and we benefit from a multi-year averaging, which allows us to use higher student counts from previous years. Since we currently have a 30% mill levy override, which assesses our local taxpayers 30% on top of total program funding, when we lose total program funding, we lose how much we can collect in our mill levy override, so that decreases our revenue even further. As passed in HB 24-1448, we would currently be under a 5-year hold harmless provision that would protect us from the immediate impact of the first two changes that I mentioned a minute ago. However, because of the trouble that the state is having with overall state revenue this spring, there's actually discussion about removing that hold harmless to further kind of save money at the state level. And the state solution in HB 24-1448 for our loss in funding is to allow us to go to our local voters for an increased mill levy override. We're at a 30% mill levy override and have been since about 2018. That has been the cap, the statutory cap related to the funding formula. But when they passed 1448, they basically said those districts such as Telluride who are getting hurt by the new formula can actually, will allow them to go out for a higher amount. So the cap for Telluride has increased from 30% to 50%, meaning we could theoretically go back to our voters and ask them for that much higher of a mill levy override. We're the only district in the state that would be able to go as high as 50%. They've kind of put in place somewhat of a sliding scale based on district. No other district would be allowed to even go out and ask for 50%, such as they're proposing Telluride do. So none of this stuff even relates to what's happening at the federal level. So this is only what's happening with state funding related to the recently passed change in funding formula and some of the efforts they're making to deal with shortfalls for this year. So certainly I'm happy to provide any more details, speak more at any time, go on an agenda. I know it's really not your direct purview, but we felt it was important for you to be aware of this. And that's kind of where we stand right now, unfortunately. So thank you.
Thank you, John. It is quite distressing, and I'm glad that you shared this with us. You're talking about certain cuts for different reasons out of a total $13 million program funding. That is the amount of money that we typically or would anticipate receiving from the state, correct? And if that is correct, what is our total district budget, just to get a sense of where this hits overall?
So it's not exactly what we get from the state, but it's what the formula designates we can collect for funding what we can have overall. We tax our residents at the state designated mill rate for us. And that gets us about 75% of that 13 million that I was referring to. The state backfills the rest of that to give us our total program funding that the formula defines. Then on top of that, we assess for the mill levy override, other RAM things. So that currently puts about 30% on top of that. Our overall budget is somewhere in the 17 to 18 million, of which again, the majority is that total program funding from the formula.
Thank you. That helps. Any other questions from the commissioners or staff?
I just have one question, John, as far as what kind of interaction you've had with our state representatives and what their feedback has been if you've reached out.
Sure. So we did invite our state senator and rep to a meeting of the regional superintendents to talk about this in a more general way. And I presented a lot of details on this. That was 2 weeks ago today. Actually, our senator and rep did not show up themselves. Our senator sent an aide, and so I made a presentation and provided a handout to her. She showed up remotely. 2 of our board members are heading today to Denver for the what's called the winter meeting. It includes visits with the reps and senators. They've requested those same visits. They will make the same points. There's a level of active advocacy going on. And I have reached out. I put it in some of our district communications. I met with our staff with all these details last week and gave them the specific contact info for our reps. And, you know, advise people they're certainly welcome to reach out themselves. And after the meeting a few weeks ago, I individually followed up and made sure they received the information that I presented. I did hear back from our state senator on that saying kind of thanks for the information. Everyone is in a hard spot. We realize that. For us, unfortunately, for the Telluride School District specifically, it's the perfect storm of a lot of things. It's the cost of living piece. It's the locale factor piece. Everyone or a lot of people will get hit by the 1-year averaging. But if the hold harmless were to go away for us, the combination of those 3 things, including the impact of what we would lose on mill levy override, puts us between $3.5 and $4 million of lost total program, or total out of, again, somewhere in that 17 to 18 million. And that doesn't include various federal grants and some of the other things that supplement that total program funding.
Lance.
Good morning, John. We received your written version of the letter you just gave us, and it's sobering. It's something that I think we all realize isn't going to work well if it goes forward as presented. As commissioners, we could certainly add our voice with another letter using the facts that you've given us. Is that part of the reason that you came before us today, beyond education? Are you also asking us to take action?
I would very much appreciate, the district would very much appreciate any advocacy that the commissioners can do from their seat, And also knowing that there's often an audience at this meeting, we're just doing everything we can to make everyone aware. I did public comment at town council yesterday for the same purpose. We'll be going to Mountain Village. I think it's just important people realize this because the potential impact is unfortunately huge at a time when we're all dealing with a lot of other things. I follow what's going on with the commissioners, and I see what the potential impact of federal funding is for the county. So we're getting squeezed from all directions. I acknowledge that. And we're having very hard conversations with our staff right now. And our goal is to continue to deliver the excellent education to the best of our ability. But there's no way we can do that with cuts of this magnitude. That's just a fact.
Okay, I wonder if it would be more impactful, and I'm looking to those of you who've been here longer than I, if we wrote a letter together with the two town councils. Or whether we should all three send our own, that's something we should probably talk about.
There's probably some slight advantage to a joint letter, and there's also a little longer time required for all the groups to meet and approve and do their own edits. So maybe that's a question for John. Do you have a sense of timeline on this, John, or is it something that the legislature is just going to be working on until the end of the session? I see that our attorney Maura has her hand up.
I
and
just
may have
wanna
an answer.
suggest that we add this as an agenda item for a future meeting, since this was not on the agenda, so I
Yeah.
want to pause any decision making.
All right, John.
I would be happy to come and then again assist and or, advise from what the district thinks is best in terms of all that. And I think timeline, it will very likely stretch through the entire session in terms of any final decisions, although they're having discussions about pieces of this every single day.
Yeah. Well, let's make a tentative date for March 5th with the chair's permission.
Chair is nodding.
And
Mhm.
with that, by then you'll be feeling better and perhaps even have a rough draft of a letter that we could discuss.
Sure. And we have tons more detail. Obviously, I kept it short for public comment. Some of it's posted on our website, but there's a lot more I can share with you so I can come prepared for that meeting as well.
I don't want to ask you for any additional work, John. I think you've given us enough information to understand how dire this is for the school district. And yeah, I don't want to, again, burden you further, but if you wanted to draft a letter for the three jurisdictions to sign together and perhaps mention that when you attend the Mountain Village meeting, and we can reach out to town council and see if they're interested. If they're not, that's not a problem. We can on March 5th decide what we'll do, but we can certainly do it on our own, whatever works best for all three jurisdictions. I have a question. You mentioned that there was a regional meeting of local area superintendents and that Senator Simpson sent an aide remotely. Did Representative Sukla attend or someone from his office?
No,
Nothing.
I believe he has committed to our board chair, Cheryl Miller, to at least send an aide to meet specifically with her and board member David Lavender in the next few days. That's what I got from Cheryl verbally yesterday.
Okay.
So she'll share some of this at least with Representative Sukla's aide, and then we'll go from there. And hopefully they'll meet with Senator Simpson and or one of his aides as well.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, we would like to thank you for your comments, and we will look forward to seeing you again on the 5th. Reach out in the meantime if there's anything else you need from the commissioners.
Sure. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, John. Okay, thank you. We are now moving on to item 6A, which is discussion with the Tyrod Institute about their scientific campus concept. And present we have the esteemed Pamela Lifton-Zoline, as well as John Lifton-Zoline and some other members of the staff and family. So how do you do?
Great.
Nice to see you all. Yes.
Can we pull up the PDF at this point? And
Carmen, is that something you can help with?
I can't, I'm sorry.
Or was there someone else who was going to do that?
Is it the letter that? was
It's just an
submitted?
outline of our presentation. Everybody's speaking to different slides.
I don't think I received that. I received a letter.
Okay.
If you send that over to me, I can probably run it.
Hey Tucker, are you on the call?
Yes.
Yeah, so if Tucker, you've got it on your machine right there. Can you send it to?
Or
And Brad.
Tucker could share it. We can make Tucker. a
Oh,
co-host
okay,
if-
perfect.
Oh, wait, here we go. Nancy's got it.
There it is.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Nancy.
Wow. Technology.
If we could maybe
screen.
make it full screen and a slide. There she goes. Oh, it's Tucker.
Okay.
Hi, Tucker Simkowitz. Said I haven't seen you in ages. Nice to see your voice or your name. I mean, see your name. And maybe I'll hear your voice.
You will.
So we can get started. I just want to introduce myself. I'm Dan Collins, president of the board of the Telluride Institute, and also a professor at Arizona State University. And I wanted to introduce everybody in the room from our team. Of course, Pamela and John Lifton-Solene, and then Lori Lundquist is our treasurer. Rebecca Roberts does media for us, and Joss Lifton-Solene, I think you know, is on our board. So, and then online we have Chris Meddery, who's doing a lot of work in the Fens right now. Chris Holstrom, I think you know. Evan Iverson, our science director, and Tucker Chimkowitz, who's our acting ED. So we have quite a team, and we're very excited to present today on the concept of establishing an environmental and cultural center in Telluride. There's a little quote, a brief from Aldo Leopold I'd like to read, and then I'm going to turn it over to Pam. So, quit thinking about decent land use as solely an economic problem. Examine each question in terms of what is ethically and aesthetically right, as well as what is economically expedient. A thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise. From 1949, Aldo Leopold. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Pam, who's going to give us a thumbnail sketch of the concept.
Good morning.
Pam, let's get a microphone close to your mouth. We can just move the microphone towards you.
Pull it closer.
There we go.
Good morning.
They're not amplifying.
They're connecting us to the people on Zoom.
Uh-huh. And by the way, we don't think of you as simply thinking of land planning as in economic terms. We are delighted to recognize that you guys are well past that. So don't take that quote personally. We're very glad to be meeting on this beautiful land, so loved by all of us, so loved before us, and still loved by our Ute and other Indigenous neighbors. As we consider these local matters, I'm going to ask that just for a moment we zoom out in the old meaning of zoom, and we take it like a view from space, and we see ourselves situated in forests, specifically the Jimug forests, over 3 million acres of extraordinary landscapes, critical for headwaters, critical for biodiversity. John, can you make my phone? Sorry, my phone whinnies, just so I don't learn to resent it. I think we all think of ourselves as mountain dwellers. I'm not sure we all think of ourselves as forest dwellers, but in fact we are. And arguably the most significant thing any of us who live here can do to support environmental health and climate resilience and so on, which I know is one of your main goals, is to support the health of these great forests. And now, here back on Earth, we are in the early conceptual stages of working with the U.S. Forest Service, and we hope with you all, to plan and develop a strategic campus. The twin goals of this project are first to build a center for local science and research created around an environmental science and education field station, addressing many of the issues associated with climate resiliency. and very importantly, aligned with the research needs of the Forest Service, which is tasked to manage this unique and valuable GMUG. The second goal of the campus is to build a significant amount of neighborhood housing, which I know is another of your main county goals, so as to recreate some of the critical social web of local workers, educators, medics, nonprofit and agency staff, county and town staff, and essential workers, this web which has been decimated by such rapid growth and gentrification. Your most recent housing needs assessment has shown the clear need for more housing that will significant healthy local community. And I would suggest it also shows the need for large-ish collections of housing rather than just a bit here, just a bit there, if we're going to get to the goals. The campus would be made up of affordable, handsome housing at high sustainability standards for design and energy. Modest facilities for nonprofits, education, and gatherings would also be part of the mix. To make it clear, the Institute is not in the business of being a developer and creating or building housing. We see ourselves as being a catalyst for these communities and bringing the critical ideas to the table. At the moment, given the pace and nature of development that we are experiencing, we are rolling towards a future no one wants. The campus will allow us to gather the information that will make for intelligent future-proofing while rebalancing our community according to the best of that community's deep culture and values. We've met with U.S. Forester Megan Eno and started to scratch the surface as to what it might take for our community to strike a deal with the U.S. Forest Service to acquire significant land, which could be used for community housing and development of community facilities. We have the sense that there are opportunities to be pursued, though no one is under the illusion that it will be easy or quick. I'm over time. Okay, I just want to say we're here basically RSVPing to your gracious invitations to the community to participate. And we have lots of work ahead. And those who dare to create towns must be bold, as well as patient and practical, must be drinkers of wolf mama milk. Okay. John, you were going to just gesture to the map a little
Yes,
bit.
I'm going to keep this very short, and I'll raise my voice a little bit because I'm going to move over here. This is a very preliminary look at this area. We had this meeting with Megan Eno. We talked about available parcels that possibly could be used for local needs. And the area that she focused on is this area in here. Some of it is taken up with commitments already for other uses, so more study is needed. But what we realized was that that this is immediately adjacent, the other side of San Bernardo, to the mill parcel and to the Pathfinder parcel. And so I put this map together to show how these boundaries sit together in the landscape as a first approach to trying to think of a more comprehensive way of approaching planning thinking about this area. And the other end of this parcel goes on to the Trout Lake parcel, where there is, of course, existing residential use. I'll end there. Keep us on time.
All right. So, but I guess Tucker's managing the slides, and so.
That's correct.
Are you muted, Tucker?
Tucker, are you on?
He is muted.
So unmute Tucker. Please.
I'll ask him to unmute and see if that helps.
Great. Does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask over here. Can you still see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to bring up a little bit about the nonprofit sector. And I'm trying to toggle back. So one thing that I've realized from working in the nonprofit sector in Telluride for many years is that we have a lot of niche organizations. The environmental nonprofits frequently operate in isolation, which limits collaboration and collective impact. Not only that, but we have a lack of dedicated space. We do not have a centralized hub for environmental education, outreach, research, and sustainable solutions, unlike other resort towns. In the previous slides, you saw a bunch of pictures of other environmental centers that are based in similar sister communities around the West. This also leads to a capacity and capability challenge for program development due to high employee turnover. We all know about the increased costs of living in operations. Grant funding for these programs is not keeping pace with these increased costs. And on top of that, there's all these new challenges that everyone's trying to rise up and address at the same time as maintaining old programs. So this proposal is supposed to help us envision a path forward versus continuing to tread water in the current sea that we're swimming in. And I'm going to pass it over to Evan. If you could unmute Evan.
Good morning, everyone. So our planning right now includes a strong focus on environmental science. And in particular, that's environmental stewardship, and also to help build climate resilience for our community and region. In moving forward with our planning, we have really two objectives in mind here. The first, of course, is to conduct research in environmental science and related disciplines. This is to help us better understand our regional ecosystems and assess the effects of environmental stress. And that's work we have been doing for some time. The second objective is to establish regional environmental science projects and also supporting engineering projects. And there are really two reasons for doing that. The first one is to provide our community with accurate and relevant information regarding the environment and the energy challenges that we are facing and will be facing in the future. The second reason is to provide well-informed viewpoints and to help define local strategies and candidate solutions to address challenges. These challenges will result from climate change and many other factors that come from that. So to achieve these objectives, we have a strategy that has a number of elements. First, of course, we want to establish a community of local residents, visiting scientists, students, and others who have expertise in relevant areas of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and other disciplines that will help us move forward to meet our objectives. We will also hold workshops, discussions, and citizen science events to generate and evaluate creative ideas. We want to be able to address local challenges to our environment and economy and do that in a way that is inclusive and provides a variety of viewpoints so that we can make the best decisions possible to support the people who really have to make the ultimate management decisions for our community. We, of course, want to undertake community projects, and those would be targeted at local needs and to address specific challenges associated with our small mountain community. Undertaking projects is key to our vision in that we feel this has to be a very active program within the concept of the environmental center, where we're tied in with the community, defining and executing projects that have value to the community. We, of course, want to foster a better understanding of our natural environment and the impacts expected from climate change and other factors. And that will be done largely through educational activities at all levels. And some of these activities will be very participatory. We look towards project-based learning, citizen science engagement, and basically having a community of these local residents, visiting scientists and students to collaborate and work together. And then finally, our real end goal here is engagement with the community. It's outreach, and it would be outreach to our local governments, our businesses, our residents, and our homeowners to help them address environmental and climate concerns and issues.
Thanks, Evan. Tucker?
Yeah, I'm jumping back in. Those are some other slides of other environmental centers. So you can see Walking Mountain Science Center, that's Rumble, there's Teton Science Schools, and the bottom one is Islandwood, where both Rex Libran and I went to graduate school. So some of the economic benefits of this would be just economic and workforce diversification. Telluride has a really strong resort economy at the moment, but there are less pathways to staying in the area and doing other types of work that are less related to the resort economy, and this would help diversify that. We're looking to also, this would be something that is not currently available in Telluride, so it'd be a niche that is not currently filled, and I'll talk more about those numbers on the next page. We believe that also that due to the small size and scale of the current environmental nonprofits in Telluride, that it limits our ability to get larger grants and to actually execute larger projects. And then the creation of this type of education center, environmental center, would also demonstrate state-of-the-art ecological design and construction, which would really showcase all these different technologies and developments to an area that has the resources to implement them into a lot of the upcoming developments and new homes and building in the area. So this page, I think, for me was really a big insight into one of our largest struggles is that as a environmental nonprofit sector, Telluride really is behind all these other communities. So I'm highlighting like a few of these centers that we're looking at, but I'd like to make note that these centers are just one of many environmental nonprofits located in these communities. And I'm basically highlighting all of the revenue from the majority of our environmental nonprofits. And I would like to say that there's others that are not on this list. The list that I've got here are the ones that we've been in conversations with about this idea. So when you look at this in general, last 2023 total revenue for environmental nonprofits in Telluride was about 1.93 million. Total assets were about 593,000. And the examples I list below have an average annual revenue just for these centers of $8 million with assets of around $35.2 million. And basically what this highlights is that just all of these environmental nonprofits in Telluride, we've been renters for many years and we haven't grown, our assets haven't grown due to that issue. And because we lack a home, we haven't benefited from the regional growth in value of homes and facilities.
Thanks, Tucker. I mean, just kind of building on what Tucker's saying, we have this incredible capacity of all of our green nonprofits in Telluride, but we're often competing for the same grants, for the same $5,000 grant and so on. So wouldn't it be fantastic to have a collaborative hub, an interdisciplinary hub where all these nonprofits are coming together, working together, having facilities, interacting with bigger players like the federal government, NSF, for example, or with regional universities like Arizona State University, where I've taught for the last 40 years, believe it or not, and I'm currently a sustainability scholar at ASU. So this slide that I'm supposed to address with all of these words, but just quickly, there's the idea of leveraging diverse expertise. So really promoting collaborative research. A facility in the location that John was talking about would give us access to immediate resources and site-specific projects, and including things that Megan Eno of the Forest Service is very interested in. So developing capacity in terms of, for example, environmental data capture and analysis, and sharing those technologies with the Forest Service, especially right now when she's actually having her team reduced. So that's a very important collaboration for us. We've already discussed the benefits of enhancing environmental stewardship, and I'm particularly interested in promoting educational opportunities. We've worked for decades in our watershed education program, and we just have completed a master's study of the fens in Prospect Basin with one of the Western Colorado University grads, Bradley Souter. And then thinking about how our conversation in Telluride becomes a model and can integrate and connect with international resources and voices to really show how Telluride can model and understand the sort of research that could happen in high altitude communities worldwide. So, for example, I just wrote a grant to something called Future Earth, and we'll see if we get it or not, but in any case, it's a grant to partner with the Telluride Institute and Arizona State University and the Forest Service to look at the use of supercomputing and AI as additional kinds of factors that could be applied to environmental research. So anyway, there's a lot of things here, a lot of possibilities. We have wonderful potential. We have a lot of capacity, but it's fragmented. So the idea of bringing all these players together in an interdisciplinary hub is very exciting, very timely, and very important. So I think, Pam, are you going to speak to the goals of what we from these guys?
I don't know. Maybe you can speak to those. I have the very last thing to say, but basically we want to go on working with you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our goal.
Well, yes, exactly. And I think we want to call attention to this vision, and we want to have the opportunity to maybe have a seat at the table in an ongoing conversation about the possibilities, whether it's at this site or other sites, but the idea of a high-level interdisciplinary hub that would serve the whole community of that region.
Am I still unmuted?
No, you're good.
Okay. And then just as far as actionable items, this slide just talks about, we have been meeting with the other environmental nonprofits. We'd love to go back to them and come back to the drawing board with them about, new opportunities, and then identify potential sites like Pam and Dan have alluded to. We've been in discussions with the U.S. Forest Service, but we also know the county is actively pursuing new land opportunities, and we'd love to be an active partner in that process. And then also identify short-term opportunities for research and collaboration. Each year, the county undertakes a few projects that fall into that bucket of environmental science or research. And, in the past, some of the Masters in Environmental Management students from Western have participated in those. And we'd love to, this year or next, begin initial field studies and other programs hosted in or around the Matterhorn cabin area, which was the area that we were looking at and discussing with Megan Eno and the U.S. Forest Service. And I'll pass it over to Pam for her parting words.
Right. I should just mention that although we've emphasized the environmental center, the campus is an idea that speaks to the losses that we've had and trying to do some repairs in terms of the whole civic center, also the cultural nonprofits. So they've made good spaces for showing things. They still need spaces for their staff and their visiting teachers and artists and so on. So this is not just about the Institute or just about green projects. It's got a larger community vision. And if we imagine how immensely beautiful those sites are up there around the Matterhorn, I want to finish with this Wallace Stegner quote, which you're all probably familiar with, but can't be said too many times. One cannot be pessimistic about the West. This is the native home of hope. When it fully learns that cooperation, not rugged individualism, is the quality that most characterizes and preserves it, then it will have achieved itself and outlived its origins. Then it has a chance to create a society to match the scenery.
That is very moving and interestingly is related to a conversation Commissioner Gleason and I were having right before we started about the need to shift the vision and ethos of the West away from rugged individualism and constant expansion into a more moderated use of our resources. So anyway, that's terrific. This is, I'll just speak for myself, super exciting. It's a grand vision, which I know the Thyroid Institute is known for. And I hope that you will keep us, up to date as as your plans develop, and let us know how we can support. I will say, or I do have a question about that Matterhorn administrative site. One of you mentioned that the county had been in conversation with the U.S. Forest Service about a potential lease to build affordable housing. When you spoke to Megan Eno, did she suggest that other facilities, other types of facilities could also be constructed on that site, or is it just housing?
No, she was open to the idea of other kinds of facilities.
And is that's legally allowed, I guess, because it's a federal, yeah.
Yes, the Farm Bill has, it seems, if it goes through the way that it is going to open up this territory.
Okay. All right. Yes, Jared Diggs.
Commissioners, I just wanted to mention, and as we heard from John Whitney last week, there was a reauthorization last fall in the ability to do administrative leases. As we know from the one example where those administrative leases have been engaged in the town of Dillon, or just outside of the town of Dillon, there's a big pro forma that goes into it. It all depends on what goes on. We've continued to stay engaged with Megan about this, but really not put that on the front burner. But I think we can integrate some of these ideas, see if they float as we move ahead with, because that is a pretty significant project. I'm assuming a farm bill will pass at some point between now and the time we would really push that engagement, but it is authorized today in some respect. So.
And I just want to kind of set some reasonable expectations, because not only did the Dillon and Frisco Forest Service administrative site acquisition, sorry, I can't speak, take 8 years plus,
yeah,
and are still not fully complete. But when we sat down with Megan and her planners to discuss what types of housing, there is not water associated with that site, which is an impediment. Not to say rights couldn't be purchased or developed, but it doesn't have wastewater treatment for anything besides the bunkhouse currently. And when we talked about types and numbers of housing units, I was pretty disappointed, because they were talking between 10 and 20, not the scale that we would need to financially make that level of investment with potentially acquiring water rights and the treatment plant feasible for the county. But it's not to say, and that's kind of why I was like, okay, then we're still interested. We still want to continue this conversation, but it's not our forerunner project.
Right. I understand. Commissioners, anything to add or questions for the Zoline and Co?
Yeah, well, I'll just first say this is incredibly exciting and refreshing. Just the concept of it is, really fits with in my mind, some of the needs for the future of our region, and it's definitely got my wheels turning. I'm wondering in conversations with the Forest Service, if there's been thoughts of citing this regionally, or if you're really looking at the Telluride region specifically. I'm just thinking outside the Box Canyon for purposes of giving thought to different sites to make it just having different sites as options might create more reality in the future. So I'm just wondering if, like, how far you're reaching as thinking about citing this and what those conversations with Megan Eno have been.
Well, one response to that, and it's you talk about a vision, and an expanded vision would be a distributed network of smaller campuses that would all be linked to this central administrative hub, and they could reflect different ecosystems and different communities and so on. And Evan, for example, has been working with the Good Shepherd Ranch and that parcel there, and thinking about the possibilities of developing geothermal capacity. And so that could be another kind of model. Our own property at Deep Creek Mine is also in the mix in terms of maybe a cultural entity that could be part of a distributed campus. So that's definitely in the mix in terms of our internal conversation, but it's so ambitious that it's hard to bring to this meeting at this time. That's a great question.
One of the last points I'd like to make too is I just believe that this type of vision will resonate with the type of person that is moving to Telluride. Right now, we have, again, a lot of smaller environmental nonprofits. And when you're just asking for funding for, a really small program, it's just not on that scale that a lot of these larger, wealthier people are that interested in. It's like the minutia versus the bigger picture. And I think that that's what we're trying to do here, is present the bigger picture idea that, it's an opportunity. If you look at the numbers, there's a $6 to $10 million gap in potential revenue for the county if you're looking at one of these centers actually existing in our area. And a lot of our sister communities have, similar structures for similar reasons. And, as a parent, when I come to Telluride, there's a lot to do to recreate, but there's very little to do with my children as far as learn about the environment around us, or, learn about the research that's taking place. So again, I just see this as an opportunity that has a ton of potential. And again, that Telluride Institute would be a catalyst in this process, but that it would be a coalition that would have to bring it forward.
Thank you. Mr. Waring?
I agree with everything that I've heard this morning. It's an exciting possibility. It is going to require remarkable collaboration and a bit of good luck. I think that Mike Bordonia's reminder that the Forest Service took 8 years outside of Dillon in order to fully navigate all the federal requirements is realistic. And while we are diligent and lucky often, I don't know how much we're going to be able to expedite a Forest Service process. Let's try. What I hear you asking for as a group is continued collaboration and continued time together, and I think we can offer that. I don't know yet what specifics we're going to end up working together on, but I think that you've got at least sounds like my fellow commissioners' general support that we'd like to continue to talk with you as things unfold.
I mean, one of the things specifically that sort of kicked this conversation to the foreground for all of us was the idea of the Pathfinder site development, and whether that could be an opportunity to build in a more multidisciplinary, kind of a multi-strata community there that had different kinds of amenities, research facilities, community gathering centers, as well as satisfying the need for more beds. And so in talking with some of my planner friends down at ASU, they said, well, it's a great project, but it's really kind of an island that's going to serve one purpose. And it would
That's
be so
right.
great if there were multiple opportunities for collaboration, for research, for being a destination for the entire community rather than just who sleeps there.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we have a very good sense of your vision. You did a wonderful job laying that out. In the interest of time, I am going to just recognize a member of the public who would like to speak, and then we will probably have to move on unless there's anything unsaid from your side.
Thank you so much for the time.
Sorry?
I was just curious if we have a lot of attendees.
Yeah, did
that were
anyone
part of this.
else in the room want to care to speak?
I'll just say as a.
Tim.
Mr. Urban.
Yes,
Come on up.
come on up to a microphone and introduce yourself. We need you to speak into the microphone so folks on Zoom can hear you.
I'm Tim Erdman. I've been living in Ames, or had a place in Ames for nearly 50 years. And it's a growing community. There used to be 200 people down in Ames around the turn of the century, the 1900s. And that community now with Matterhorn, with the Silver Bell, Silver Hat, could be quite the cultural center and another neighborhood of Telluride. So I just wanted to say, I think it's a great concept and well worth pursuing.
Thank you.
As long as it may take.
Hopefully not 50 years.
Okay, great. I see Doug Tooley there. Could you unmute yourself? And as you know, we require you to speak on the subject agenda item that we are on, and we will give you 3 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Tooley, are you interested in speaking? The clock is running. Okay, I think you have missed your opportunity at this point, but if you need help getting in touch with folks from the Telluride Institute or would like to share your thoughts with the Board of County Commissioners, we can help you do that. Thank you very much. All right, nice to see you all. Thank you so much for your vision and your passion. It's really appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you.
Great to meet with you.
All righty. We are now, we'll let people shuffle around. Moving on to item 6B, which is an update on the 2024 Building and Energy Code adoption process. We will be hearing from Matt Gonzalez, our county building official. We have 45 minutes on the agenda for this. Matt, you'll let us know if we need that long or if we can make up a little time.
What?
Stuffs the dog and it's fast. Just envisioning doing that with Mahalo and Puppy Jacket. My dog's 100 pounds. Matthew? Michael? What?
I don't. Do you want to take the microphone thing?
Yeah.
Bear with us
Since
as
you're short
we
one over there.
make this change.
Share the screen. Watch by a lot of.
Yeah, well,
Are we looking for a screen share from Matt?
Yeah, I need to log on to Zoom.
Okay, that's all right.
So to answer your question, Commissioner Brown, this can be as long or as short of as a conversation as you all would like. So, you know, if we need to save some time, certainly able to, we can present many times over the course of the next few months on any of these topics. Just I'll touch on that later, but.
Thank you for being flexible, but go ahead and make the presentation you planned, and maybe we can restrain ourselves from asking too many
Well,
questions.
I know we allocated 45 minutes and
Yeah.
a little beyond schedule, but with the elimination of item 6C,
True.
I think we're safe to go at least a half hour to 45 minutes on this topic.
Okay,
And it's a
perfect.
pretty important one. I know it's one that impacts our contractors, our residents and stuff. So I think I wouldn't want to gloss over anything.
That makes sense, and we can also obviously shift our 11 o'clock executive session to after lunch if we need
Yes.
to.
Correct.
All right, thank you for that context. We are waiting for Matt to get his PowerPoint up for us.
Carmen, you know the passcode off the top of your head? I'm trying to copy it.
Yeah, it is 561-674.
561-674. It's the meeting.
Which passcode are you looking for?
Okay, sorry about that. Thanks, commissioners, for the opportunity to address you all today. So as I said, I actually would love you all to ask questions and provide a little direction on what you all would like to know more about throughout this presentation. This is there's a lot of components on here, and so we're gonna kind of go through the separate portions of what the code adoption and what the code will entail. And, you know, for Commissioner Gleason, there may be some new terms that you've not heard yet, or for anyone, so feel free to stop us and like ask for clarification. And again, really what I'm looking for today is where do you all want to, like in future subsequent updates, what would you all like to know more about? And what policy would you like to, you know, some decisions are going to be left up to you all as far as what we do or do not implement. And so any questions you have regarding those topics would be greatly appreciated. I'll start by saying we have planned this year to adopt the 2024 I-code cycle with some other components in that code resolution. So we adopt our code by resolution. So we're going to just again discuss what the I codes are, some other state requirements that are going to have to be in our code, and a couple of other things for you to consider. So this is so regarding the I codes, the international codes, the International Code Council publishes the codes that most of the country adopts and enforces. We are currently on the 2018 I code cycle, and I think just to help frame your understanding about what building code is and what it does, I highlighted these excerpts from both the preface of the, this is from the 2024 International Residential Code up top. And then down below is an excerpt from chapter 11, which is the Residential Energy Code. And I want to highlight these particular words because they establish the underlying principle of code, which is to protect people who live in the buildings, make sure that those people are comfortable and have some sort of uniform degree of efficiency and safety. Right. And so that's kind of our takeoff point for everything else that we talk about in the codes. And I think, you know, I do want to recognize that you all have a heavy day as far as all of the things that you're going to hear, consider, and the ask that you're going to get. And people are going to want to insert a lot of things into your decision making. And so I just, as an advocate for our building community and for our residents, I would like you to remember that the base of the code is to, you know, provide protection for the occupant and efficiency for those buildings. And it's focused on the occupant, not necessarily the you know, the entire world at large. So do you have any questions about the kind of nature of the code and what its intent is? Okay. So we currently have adopted these international codes. There are 15 published international codes, like as far as specific components that a code would regulate. We have adopted the International Building Code, which is, you can think of as largely for anything other than single family dwellings. So commercial occupancies and things like that would be governed by the International Building Code. The International Residential Code and these associated appendices are for single family, two family, and multifamily, three, you know, townhomes, sorry, I should say. So most of the work that we do is we permit out of the International Residential Code, because that's, you know, people are building homes around here largely. We don't see a ton of commercial facilities built in the unincorporated parts of the county. There are a few every now and then, but mostly we deal with residential structures. We've adopted and I should say all these codes I plan to continue to adopt on our next adoption cycle, but we enforce the mechanical code as well. Fuel gas code, which the mechanical code and fuel gas code do overlap with some state jurisdiction, which I'll touch on in a second. We adopt the International Conservation Code, which is a separate code book. It overlaps with the Residential Energy Code, but also has requirements for commercial energy efficiency. We have adopted the existing building code, which gives us more options when people want to make alterations to, you know, for example, historic buildings or older buildings when they're doing remodels and you know, additions, things like that. It allows us to apply kind of different criteria as to when certain requirements would kick in. And then we have the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, which we don't use a ton, but it's there in case we need it. Just note, as a note, our amendments so each of these books we take, you know, they're all big books, and we walk through those books, and we kind of have as a jurisdiction the ability to customize and amend any portion of the code that we need to or that we see fit. So our most heavily amended code is the IRC, and then followed by the International Energy Code. And then there are some amendments in the building code as well, the International Building Code.
I just wanted to mention IRC is residential code, International Residential Code.
Right.
Sorry. Suzanne is probably screaming online of speaking in acronyms.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so yeah, these, if we need to come back to the slide whenever we can. So I think code implies a lot of acronyms. So thank you, Jared. Yeah, so I'm going to say IRC and IVC and IECC for now. So if you need, like, hey, what does that mean? Just stop me and we'll clarify again, please. Great. So there are, one of the things that makes enforcing our code a little interesting around here in San Miguel County is we have kind of a tapestry of jurisdictions that kind of overlay each other, and we work together to enforce our own codes. Sometimes those codes overlap as well, and we have to kind of defer to each other in other ways. So we just, some of the jurisdictions that we work with in any project that we enroll as a department, we have Lily Briggs back here, our plans examiner, and Ben Chase, our building inspector with the planning department as well. We have to look at these applications and consider, hey, what other things are going to be at play here other than just our own building code? So we worked with the Telluride and Norwood Fire Protection Districts. They have adopted and enforced the International Fire Code, which overlaps a little bit with the International Building Code. The state of Colorado at the moment, in the unincorporated part of the county, enforces electrical and plumbing code. We have inquired with the state plumbing board what it would take for us, and we are considering what it would look like if we were to take a plumbing jurisdiction from the state. You know, just as a matter of simplifying things for our contractors and residents. I can update you on that as that unfolds. Not much to say right now, other than we're looking into it. And then obviously we're with the town of Telluride, the town of Norwood, in different ways, especially with their sewer and water taps when projects are tapping into their systems. San Miguel Power and Black Hills release gas and electrical meters. And so they work with us and we communicate as far as inspections that have been completed. Modular construction is regulated, overseen by the state of Colorado, and mobile home construction is regulated by Housing and Urban Development. So, do you have any questions on our tapestry of jurisdictions? It can get pretty interesting at times. We do our best to kind of delineate scope.
I'd like to see the Venn diagram that captures all of that.
It's just a ball of yarn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot can be said about that, but I'll move on. So in addition to the international codes, which are kind of, I think it's important to recognize the international codes, like the IRC, the IBC, those are the bulk of what we deal with when we think about on a daily basis. There's a lot of focus right now on energy efficiency and greenhouse gas emissions. And it is a very important component in the code, but it is a component of the code. And it doesn't necessarily take the main precedent is life safety and comfortability for the occupant. But this year, and going forward by state law, by House Bill 2022 1362, we're all now required to have a minimum energy code, which right now is the least we can go to is the 2021. We're going to skip that and go to 2024, the energy code. And then we have to incorporate the state's model electric ready and solar ready code. So there's an energy code board that was established. They've been at work now and have released what they were required to by the bill as far as their code for us to adopt. So this is new for everyone. I don't think, to my knowledge, there's been anything like this in the state of Colorado as far as the state saying, hey, you need to incorporate this entire body of code into your code. So we're working on that. We've secured grant funding with the help of EcoAction Partners and some other jurisdictional neighbors for consultation as far as us for how is this all going to work. We were working on specific jurisdiction amendments to the energy code that work for us. And we also have budgeted, reimbursement for staff training, public outreach, and contractor training events. So all those things are included in that grant. So we're doing what we can to kind of get our minds around this new thing, which is state code mandates. I'll touch on another one here in a second. So I have some highlighted text here. This is from the code that's been released, the model electric ready and solar ready code. So this specifically will apply to new structures. Is really the take home there. And I know people are gonna ask all the time about what can we do to decrease carbon emissions and greenhouse gas efficiency and things like that. These are all steps in a forward, I would say. But this particular code, as it's written, does not address retrofit. So if someone were to apply for a regular old building permit to remodel their house, it doesn't incorporate the requirements that are in this code. a little further in the beginning of this section, and sorry, this text is small, and really the take home. So we have solar ready, electric vehicle ready, and electric ready. I think we've had in previous meetings with Commissioner Waring, like, what does this mean? Are we requiring all this infrastructure to put in new structures now? And the answer is not necessarily. The code that's written by the state that we have to adopt now is requiring that a home be built at least ready to incorporate these things, and that they will be in the future easily retrofit by a homeowner if they so desire. So solar ready, like for example, they in a design, they have to, if they're not going to install a solar PV array, they have to at least provide the space for it to be mounted later, and they have to provide, space in the home as far as, wiring pathways, panel space for future electric load and things like that to be ready to be put in later. And that's the same kind of principle for EV readiness and electric readiness as well. It's not requiring that a home be all electric, but it is saying, hey, you need to build a home so that if a property owner does desire all electric, they will easily be able to retrofit it. So just to that, again, this is great. I think as far as thinking ahead and planning for the future, I know a lot of people will ask about, hey, can we require retrofit measures now? And the answer is, yeah, we could do whatever we want. I think we need to carefully consider the impacts that would be at play as far as, consider let's say an average home, average size, average family, economic situation, and everything. So if we get really aggressive with our code in order to address things like greenhouse gas emissions, and we say, all right, if anyone gets a permit, they have to retrofit and add a PV array. That's our code. That's fine, but then we have to consider things like, okay, maybe that home was not maybe built 20 years ago, and we'll have no existing like capacity to retrofit, so they have to maybe substantially demo more of their project, upgrade electrical systems, consider roof loading, things like that. And so not everyone wants to do that, is my point. And not everyone is poised to do that when they want to simply just improve their structure. So improving structures is a great thing. We typically apply like energy code requirements to remodels as when a certain component of a home is affected, like say someone pulls down drywall and removes insulation. Okay, well now you have to put energy code compliant insulation in. So the home is becoming more efficient on its own. And so when it comes to requiring significant retrofit measures kind of outside of this code that we're given, just be mindful of the impact that we may or may not be creating for people. So do you have any questions about this electric ready and
I do have a question.
solar?
Did I hear you correctly that you said this is the first time the state has ever required jurisdictions to adopt a certain building code? In the past, it's been up to us? Mike is
Generally,
nodding,
yes.
Jared is nodding.
I may be a little mistaken on that, but as far as I know, there's not a code that's been written and required to be inserted into any jurisdiction in Colorado.
Okay.
There are certain regulations like OWTS, right? So septic systems are regulated by the state. So the county has we have the regulation 43 in effect. There may be there are some state laws like the modular housing thing, right? Like we have to adhere to the state law for modular housing. We don't have any portion of that though in our code. It's its own deal. So with this and the law that passed, the state said, okay, each jurisdiction that adopts and enforces the code has to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
And then the second question is, you had mentioned that we are allowed to amend and adjust code, from the international building codes. I take it we would not be able to amend this. Is that correct?
My understanding is, and I can verify, but my understanding is that we can, as long as the only option would be to make it more stringent.
Right.
We can't amend it to say, yeah, we don't like that. We want to loosen that up.
That makes sense. Thank
Right.
you.
And generally with these codes, with this law and the one I'm gonna talk about in a second, these are kind of like the baselines. So if a jurisdiction wants to get really fancy and crazy and kind of develop their own thing, we would just run that by the state and say, hey, this is our code that we've written. We believe it to be more stringent than the Colorado code. Are you okay with that? And
That makes sense. Thank you.
if you want to do that, that's great. I love when we don't have to reinvent wheels though. It makes everyone's job a little nicer. So cool. Oh, yes, Lance, or sorry, Commissioner Ware.
I'll go by Lance, Matt. I know that you've got more to tell us. I think some of it may shift focus from solar ready and EV ready and electric ready to fire and some other topics.
Correct.
And if I may, I know that we have an old friend, John Roth, in the room with us who's been interested in this topic for many years. He and I have talked about it. And I think he'd like to speak to the board, and if it would be okay with everybody, my commissioners and you, I'd like to ask John to come up to the microphone and just allow him some time for us to hear his concerns and thoughts, and also to perhaps respond, because it's been a long time coming, John, and I'm really happy to see your timing is impeccable.
Thank you.
And I will mention just that our policy is 3 minutes. So thank you, John.
Okay. In that case, I won't read my letter. I did write a letter to the paper. It was the third one I've written. Hoping that maybe the town and the county could both mandate.
And it may be that microphone, Matt, maybe just give them yours.
Should I
Linda, did you
start
want to
over?
say something?
John, I just interject that I read your letter to the editor. I don't know if
We all
other
did.
commissioners
Yeah.
have, so
Yes.
just so you know where we're at.
Well, I was
Make that
hoping that I could urge the county and the town to amend their building codes to necessitate putting solar on all new construction and on remodels. And, you mentioned, the possibility that it might be economically inefficient for some remodels to add solar panels. I'd just like to say that, like from what I see around town, I've lived here for 53 years, is that people are spending, $1 million on the remodels around town. And when I did a remodel on my house 4 years ago, I added 10 solar panels and it produces all the electricity I need. And we live in a world where energy is really becoming more and more of a necessity to think about. And so I'd just like to encourage the county to put some strict for all new construction. It adds such a minimal cost to the total picture. It's not really even worth consideration. And also on remodels, because very few people come in and when they do a remodel, they don't spend like $100. They spend $1 million doing it. So I think, we need to start thinking about the environment, and this is supposed to be a progressive area, and hopefully our politicians are somewhat progressive, and, I think that should be done. I think it's far past time when we should do that.
Thank you, John. I was listening very carefully when Matt said earlier that while we intend to adopt the 2024 codes as well as what's required by HB 1362, that we do have some discretion over making those codes stricter or adding or subtracting. And this would seem like something that we would, that I would like to talk about. And I think there might be ways to do it where we don't put an undue burden on people with lesser means, whether they're doing a smaller build or a smaller remodel or something like that. It's something we can maybe get creative with. I don't know. I've never written something like that. But we can talk about it. And the other thing I wanted to say, when I ran into you and you told me that you had written this letter to the paper and hadn't had a response, I felt terribly. I had been out of town and didn't see that particular issue of the paper and only online. And I will share with you our BOCC email address. We have one that can get all three of us at once. And if you ever do want to reach us again, sure, go ahead and put it in the paper, because that way everybody knows what you're saying and we get a little extra pressure from the community perhaps, but also send it directly to us and then you're sure to get it to us. And I'll send you that email address.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you being here, and please stay as long as you can.
Thank you.
Although I see you have your ski pants on.
Yeah.
Lance?
John, before you go, and when you do go, make a turn for me. The very first slide that Matt shared, I think, indicates the tension that we are trying to navigate here. And the wording that really caught my attention was to not unnecessarily raise costs. And speaking from my house in Lawson that was built 30 years ago, I've looked into trying to upgrade to solar panels, and it's not facing the right direction. The wiring isn't quite right. It would be a significant sum, and I'm maybe unusual in that I'm not doing $1 million remodel. I'm just trying to figure out how to put on a couple panels and help save the planet and cut my bills. But if we can find, as Commissioner Brown said, some kind of language that would allow me to remodel the bathroom and not have to throw in 40 plus grand to also put in solar at the same time, I think that there's a balance there. And I think you'd agree that that's the intent of this first preamble about not unnecessarily raising costs. On the flip side, I agree with you that a newly built structure, while this sets that structure up for future solar, maybe we should talk about being more strict. And that's something that I heard Commissioner Brown being willing to consider. And if we can come up with language that fits every situation, which I know we can't, because all situations are different. And I also heard Matt say he doesn't want to reinvent the wheel. That's normal. Matt's got his hands full just trying to keep ahead of the existing permits. But if we can help get towards where you want to go, it won't be necessarily as tight or as fast as it should be or as you would like, but you're heard. And I think what I'm hearing Commissioner Brown say is we're going to require a separate meeting to really dig into how to get where you're suggesting. But I hear a willingness to do so.
And I'll just follow up by saying, when I read your letter, it really piqued my interest thinking about, amending the building code. And it's very timely that Mr. Gonzalez is presenting to us today to really consider this further and put it on a future agenda. So.
Yeah. John, one of the things that you and I have talked about over the years is how quickly we can do this. And what has happened since we started talking is the state has kind of given us a boost, almost a kick in the pants. And that's great. What it hasn't done is gone quite as far as you're suggesting. But even if we get nowhere, I'm encouraged that as a state, we're finally making baby steps. And that's how change often goes until it cascades into quick change. In your letter, you mentioned Europe. I'd be really curious, and I don't have enough information to know whether those were carrots or sticks that the European communities that you've witnessed with solar panels on so many of their buildings were offered. I know from experience with Matt over the last 5-6 years that we try to use carrots more than sticks, and that anything we can do to incentivize people to make immediate choices is more effective and gets less pushback than mandating you must do it. On the flip side, sometimes mandates are what gets immediate action, and that's another tension that we'll have to navigate politically.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Nice to see you. All right, Matt, take it back.
Great, thank you for those comments, and I think just some notes I wrote down to consider for future conversations are regarding the grant and how that whole thing is working. We've had 5 cohort meetings where we met with the energy consultant. Those cohort meetings were, all of the jurisdictions involved. The grants being administered by Eco Action Partners. They've included Lotus, not the local Lotus here. I think it's Lotus Engineering up in I think the Front Range. I forget exactly where their office is, but so that consultant now after these meetings will work with each jurisdiction to kind of workshop our specific energy code amendments. And so one of the things that I made a note to include in that is hey, how can we incorporate, incentives or other things for solar retrofit in addition to what the code minimum is required here for new construction? In a little bit, I will touch on the idea that we're kicking around to kind of revise our REMP, our Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, with revised calculation metrics, with some elements that were not previously incorporated. And so the funding that gets deposited into that account can change, and maybe is something you can explore as far as offering incentives for folks. I do know that both in the Solar Ready Appendix in the IECC, which we currently have adopted, and in this new state law, it forces us to take into account like aspect and where is suitable to install solar, because like Commissioner Ring said, you can install solar on your roof, but how much sunlight does your roof see a day? Not much, right? So it wouldn't be practical. But so definitely things to consider. I'll take some of these ideas to our consultant that we have through the grant, and kind of provide updates to you all. And again, any ideas or questions you all have between now and when we pull this thing off are encouraged. So,
Quick question, Matt.
yes.
What's the timing for pulling this thing off?
Shooting for fall of this year.
Okay, so that's when we would adopt the 2024 IECC codes and et cetera,
Yeah.
and as well as the state code.
Absolutely. Yep.
And so we've got between now and fall to have that initial meeting with the consultant that you mentioned. And then you come back, we bat it around, try to figure out how to incorporate that or not.
Yep.
Okay.
So and again, the last thing I'll touch on is kind of just wanting to hear from you all as far as like how often do you want to talk with me and how going forward? So we'll talk about that in a second. But yes.
Okay.
So that's energy code stuff. Now we're going to talk about generally this other state law that was bill that was passed and is now in the statutes as a law, is the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. So this slide is a little vague because it's a massive task that the code board was given. And I will start by saying that the draft code is out for everyone to review. I put the link in the agenda packet. So it's I didn't copy these screenshots from the scope and intent of that code, because even just getting into the first few paragraphs of what they've produced, it's kind of all over the place as far as, okay, there's some retrofit measures, there's some material requirements, there's landscaping requirements. And so everyone immediately started asking the question like, okay, so we're talking about things that are outside of the building, and we're talking about land and then land use. And so, I've had some tentative conversations with Kate Simonson, the planning director. She and the planning staff, as well as the building staff, listened to one of the recent Wildfire Resiliency Code board meetings. They are taking comments and feedback on their draft code. I put a couple of upcoming meeting dates on this for everyone's awareness. So anyone that, public listening, contractors, us, staff, I'll certainly hop on as many of these as I can. They're doing, the code board is doing the best they can. The law mandated the creation of the code board to be sort of what would you call it? A tapestry of different folks. There's insurance representatives, there's fire officials, there's rural, there's city representation. So it's a good board. It's just a huge topic, and they are on the clock. They do have to have their draft finalized this year by law, so we'll be ready for adoption by the fall, and we will have to adopt it. So like I said, I do know that they've released their map as well. So depending on where you fall in the map, which essentially the entire county, there's a few pockets on the map that they've produced that we need to clarify with them. But essentially the entire county is identified as in the WUI and will be subject to the code. There are some exceptions in the code. They've chosen to exempt single family dwellings on a 40-acre parcel. I think 35-acre probably aligned it with the
with
Colorado.
land use standard.
Yeah. So there are some exceptions where or exemptions, I should say, where people won't have to comply if they don't want to. But it does incorporate things like retrofit. Well, I should say additions and remodels as well as new construction. There are material requirements and there are landscaping requirements involved. And so without going too far in the weeds, I'm certainly happy to, this is one of those things where we may want to kind of have regular updates on, because while energy code can be fairly controversial and cost always comes up and this, that, and the other, in my mind, this is a larger topic for us. And I think it snowed, what, 18 inches about 2 weeks ago, and it's all gone already, right? So I think it's all on our mind. And so this is something that I'm a little more focused on than the energy code at this moment, as far as understanding how it's going to work.
Okay, and so are you, that was gonna be my question. On behalf of San Miguel County, are you trying to pay attention to this draft and provide feedback that you think is necessary for our area?
Yes, good question. I suppose as it pertains to San Miguel County staff and elected officials, if you have any questions or if anything piques your interests, communicate with me. I would be happy to provide any sort of feedback on behalf of the county's organization to the Wildfire Code Board. For public, I would say hop on those meetings. They're open to feedback and they want their process to be very transparent. And there certainly have been people, private citizens, people representing different organizations that have provided comment to the code board and brought up some very relevant issues. So,
Matt, I think realistically, it's probably more likely that you would be the one to identify any issues in the code. I can't imagine with the breadth of topics that the commissioners have to cover that we'll be digging into it. So I would ask, instead of us coming to you, that if there's something that you need us to elevate, whether it's through CCI or CCAT or with our senator and representative, please do that, okay?
Will do.
That would be really helpful, and we'd like to help you because you're the expert on this for the county.
Great. Thank you, noted. Another thing, just noteworthy that makes me feel good is that we do have West Region Wildfire Council. I've talked to Star Jameson about their contract and their ability to provide consultation as we need to see. Again, everyone's in the same boat as far as hey, how is this actually going to work? Kind of going back to that tapestry of jurisdictions. There's fire districts. There's other areas where one fire district covers 7 or 13 different jurisdictions. And so it's a big ball of many pieces of yarn, right? Frankly. And so, again, happy to provide updates as you all want to hear them. But we are working with the right people to kind of figure all this out. Yes.
Without getting too far in the weeds, I am curious how the insurance industry is kind of coming to the table with this, and with the concerns we have with homeowners being dropped from their homeowners insurance because of fire danger. What does that look like in this proposed code? And, what I've seen just from following this is that the problem being that we're just kind of blanket identified as high risk in this county, one of the highest in the state.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't really add up when you actually look at these individual properties and even mitigation that homeowners have undergone, and they're still getting dropped off their homeowners insurance. So what does that look like in this proposed legislation?
That's a great question. Aside from the fact that there is required representation from insurance industry professionals on the code board, I don't know the insurance industry as a whole, how it relates to the development of this code, or frankly, like if, I think what we would all like to hear is if, when we adopt this code, the insurance companies are gonna come back, right? I don't know. I have no idea if that's gonna happen or if that's even being discussed. I can ask around and see kind of what the discussion is, and I'd be happy to kind of report back. But I think, West Region Wildfire Council would know have their ear to the ground on that a little more. They work a lot with homeowners, obviously, and to do those types of mitigations and things. So I can ask around and kind of come back, but the answer right now is I'm not exactly sure, other than specific individual representation on the code board.
Yeah, I would hope that the Colorado Insurance Commissioner is paying attention to this code development. I think I mentioned at a meeting recently that he had spoken at CCI, and there are two big pieces of legislation that he is promoting this year. And one of them has to do with requiring insurance companies to take into account what mitigation has occurred. I believe it's more at the regional level than the individual level, but I know this is something he is definitely keyed in on. And Lance, did you want to add? Because I know you've had some conversations with him directly.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Galena, unfortunately, the wildfire resiliency code isn't directly connected to the insurance industry. It may get there, but for right now, I think that we should probably focus more on what Matt has been trying to present to us, which is, and at the risk of going into the weeds, Matt, I think that it would be worth you, as you get your arms around this draft document, pulling out the bullet points that you think are going to be difficult, problematic, whether it's landscaping because we've never really worked outside of buildings before, or other factors that you'll know about and be able to identify a lot more quickly than we will. I admit I took a look at the attachment, skimmed through the code and thought, well, this is a lot. And I need somebody who's in the field in order to walk me through what's strong and what's weak and what's going to be a no-go or a real problem for us.
Right.
So organizing the information in that way would help us.
Great.
And I think the other thing that would help would be to also highlight the things that do seem useful and doable and say, yeah, we agree with these we can support. And then when we come back soon, once you've got a chance to do that homework and maybe these public hearing sessions have happened and there's a second draft based on public input, then we can frame a position and try to put the final polish on it, so to speak.
So again, just to keep in mind, kind of going forward, some stuff that might fall out of this, because it kind of encompasses like a mix of building code and land use code, frankly. There are certain inspection requirements for like site compliance, things that we've never really done before.
Yeah.
So and there was no funding associated with the passing of this bill. Alternatively, with the energy code bill that passed, there was funding. So we got a grant to provide some training to our staff and do these outreach events and kind of offset our time in certain ways. There was nothing with this, right? And so we're kind of doing this out of pocket. Also, I mean, it may be, we'll see as we kind of get into it a little more, but there may be additional staffing requirements going forward, as far as inspections and verification and things like that. So just some things to keep in mind. But again, we'll provide an update soon. I'll work with these gentlemen over here to kind of get back on the agenda for some more updates.
Yeah, and I imagine the West Region Wildfire Council would be having an opinion on this draft as well, and maybe you can lean on them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Matt, thank you for being really proactive. I feel like you're giving us a long range heads up here, and you've also got a plan to come back, and that's equally important. We're not probably going to, as a group, do much until we see you again.
Great.
But when you show up, if we want to split this conversation into wildfire resiliency and energy code and have those on either two separate days or two separate parts of the agenda, I think that would be useful.
Great.
I have one quick question about these April public hearing sessions. Do you think that would be useful for one of us to sit on, specifically the Montrose one, or?
I think it could be, I think, it would be wise to kind of game plan before that and, maybe be ready to, you know, I personally will need to digest the code a little more in its entirety, as it's drafted. I think also whatever concerns we have, we're probably not the only ones.
That's right.
And that there have been some very vocal jurisdictions already, you know, in response to what's been drafted. And so kind of listening and tuning into what's going on is very helpful. So again, our wondering how this is all going to mesh with the land use code, the building code, and the fire protection districts. There's already been a million questions put forward. So not to say we shouldn't participate, but Colorado's an interesting state as far as jurisdictional overlap goes, and so everyone's identified that. So I'd be happy though to carpool down to Montrose one of those days if you all want to.
Okay, thanks.
Cool.
I think we're good for now.
And if I could, commissioners, I think we all know that this is kind of a statewide effort to tackle some of the issues that have resulted in these insurance challenges, right? The wildfires that exist and are being exacerbated by climate change, them saying we aren't going to rest as a state any longer with local governments kind of setting the whatever standards they set. Many local governments, such as ours, we had a code that was more stringent than I think IBC, right? And so I think that they're coming to the table, and this is their attempt to make a platform or a floor.
Uniformity.
Yeah, and so I do wonder, I think it would be great if Matt has insight to go to that meeting in Glenwood Springs or in Montrose to speak to those. But I do know that while they are intertwined with our insurance conundrum, right? This is just another kind of I would say a Band-Aid, one method. And I want to draw attention because I know it was on the paper again, on the front page of the paper again this last week. You know, they do continue to proceed with the new fair insurance program, which is the statewide insurer of last resort. I believe they are now potentially writing insurance for that program for people who show that they cannot get insurance otherwise. Interestingly enough, I just looked it up. You have to access that program through an insurance agent. And so just, you know, I think that with wildfire, we're working in every avenue we can. And these are really two of those avenues to solve these exact problems. And then getting the insurance commissioner to continue to hopefully get legislation passed and push insurers to maybe look a little closer. Because, you know, just looking at the wildfire map with the Code Council, the town of Norwood is not in an area of particular risk. You know, they are not, of course, you go
According
down
to that map.
according to that map.
Yeah.
Which
You go towards the lone cone, it turns orange and then it turns red as you come towards Telluride. But I think we have such a small population threshold that they aren't taking the time to use a scalpel and instead are just painting us with a big brush. So.
And they've gone over the metrics on how they've created that map and stuff. So it's another thing that it's been drawn. Some people have drawn attention to the map itself, and so I'm sure that'll be revised. But
Can you repeat that insurance alternative Hail Mary kind of?
Sure. It's called the Colorado Fair Plan, and their website is coloradofairplan.com. But again, you can evaluate your eligibility. You have to have shown your inability to get coverage otherwise. And it is not the same level of coverage that you would expect from a standard homeowner policy, I believe. It's really just what's the cash value of your home, and that's what you can insure as long as it's less than $750,000. So they do have a ceiling on that coverage as well.
Okay, we should probably get back to Matt's presentation, although that is, as Jared says, it's all intertwined. And these are all tools that the state is trying to apply to make us both safe and also to make homeowners insurance somewhat more affordable, so.
Yeah, and again, I think that all that whole conversation highlights why this, in my mind, is kind of on the top of the pile as far as importance, and that's gonna be covered in our code. So the next part of, maybe should have put this ahead of the last section, but it's okay. So as a part of our energy code amendment, as we have it now, we have incorporated the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, REMP, as they say. One of the things that we are considering is presenting to you all an updated, effectively calculation spreadsheet, really is kind of what the major change would be. So we have a sheet that's been created by Resource Engineering Group. The one we currently have only addresses, only requires mitigation either through on-site energy mitigation, like solar or heat pumps, things like that, or a in lieu payment. That would be mitigation as well. So we require mitigation right now for four things: heated garages, exterior spas and pools, and snow melt, outdoor snow melt mechanisms, which around here is mostly hydronic tubing. So the new calculation would incorporate these other measures that are not currently in our REMP. So heat tape or heat trace, so on the roof, installed electric measures, outdoor electric heaters, outdoor gas heaters as well, and gas appliances. So those things would be captured and people would be required to mitigate those things. We would have the option as a jurisdiction to tweak any of those things that we want. We'll have to pay a fee to Resource Engineering Group to obtain their calculation spreadsheet. I would call it a marginal fee, a few $1,000s perhaps. I don't have the quote prepared from them, but not, something I can administratively approve, say that. So the other thing that's important about this sheet that for you all to be aware of that I will ask for your approval on specifically are the mitigation rates. As this was presented to us, you can see this little table here, which this is created by the town of Mountain Village for they recently presented the same topic to their council up there. So these numbers are not exactly our numbers, but they are very close as far as what the overall picture would be. So you can see that right now in town of Mountain Village, which their RIP program is provided by Resource Engineering Group, it's essentially a duplicate spreadsheet with a few changes. A home right now would be required to make an in lieu payment of $16,000 for 2,000 square feet of snow melt. With the new calculation rates, as REG has created it, that number would increase substantially. It would also stack up a few thousands of dollars for other things like outdoor heating appliances and heat tape on a roof. So those mitigation rates, again, we can adjust if everyone's eyes, open and they're like, wow, it's way too much money. We can adjust those rates. We can have a separate workshop on what that looks like. Also, though, when we talk about, one of your goals as a commission is to, consider climate action and resiliency, and getting really creative with like carrots, as you were saying, Commissioner Waring, and providing like solar incentives or green building incentives or anything else. Certainly you can allocate those funds as you see fit, and with Mr. Bordonia here, and kind of create some of those programs to create those things. So
I should mention that is something that the commissioners have already directed STAR to work on together with Eco Action Partners. Would be a green grant program making use of our REMP monies for this year.
So that's something you could, you could directly, any sort of increases while they may be met with a bit of
resistance.
Yeah, sure. Maybe, yeah, people don't like to give money where they don't feel like they need to, right? So, but you could certainly take those things and obviously provide the opportunity to affect change in other ways. Yes.
Not with this chart, I'm wondering if the curve, if there is a curve in price or if it's a hard cutoff, like say snow melt 1,000 square feet. Does that mean that if you have 999, it's still zero? Or does that mean?
This is from the town of Mountain Village.
Yeah.
Our code exempts the first 200 feet
Mhm.
of snow melt
Currently,
currently.
Okay.
And I would recommend not changing that. So 200 feet, you could think of a sidewalk from a garage to a house, right?
Sure.
Whereas maybe someone, it's practical, right? Or code required egresses, right? Where you have snow that piles up on a shady side of a building. Hopefully their door's not there, but in the event that it is, they can snow melt that little landing area and mitigate risks as ice and snow and things like that. So we would keep that, but anything beyond that 200 square feet, then, and it's all built into the spreadsheet. When people, the designers or contractors put their numbers into the spreadsheet, you know, how are they heating the glycol, whether it's electric or by a boiler, how many square feet of snow melt they're proposing to have, any other of these measures they put in the spreadsheet, and it does its thing. It calculates the required mitigation amounts. They also are able to put in their other offsetting mitigation means, so like KW and solar and things like that, and it you know, does the math and says, okay, after all that's said and done, you owe the county $5,000, or you don't owe anything, depending on how big their PV is.
Okay, I'm gonna suggest that we agendize this conversation because I think we could go through line by line and
Yep.
try to understand these better. And if, yeah, I think we should probably provide some direction on that.
Great.
Unless anybody has a burning question.
No, it's in and of itself, again, any of these topics are,
Full meetings.
yeah, full
Yeah,
meetings. So,
exactly.
that's a great idea.
Okay, let's go on to the next.
Okay. This is just the last summary. And again, we're working on this to complete by fall. We're working with our board of review, our appeal body, this building code, planning commission. We will present to them as well, with Kay and the planning staff as well. And that's it, just provide regular updates. So I guess it sounds like maybe the first thing we'll be back to talk about is the rent sheet. And then any relevant wildfire code updates that I get, I'll just ask
Yep.
Mike and Jared to get on a schedule.
That would be great. The other thing that comes to mind for me is as you go through the 2024 code, if you have suggested amendments, that you would bring those to us as well. And
Great.
maybe you do that chapter by chapter or book by book, or however you feel is the most efficient.
Great.
That would be great. I have one other holistic question. Tell me, you mentioned that there's a grant that covers various jurisdictions. What is are we attempting in any way to coordinate the codes and the amendments that we adopt and make with the other jurisdictions in the region?
Yeah, so we've had, like I said, 5 cohort meetings.
Yep.
Where we were presented relevant changes to the International Energy Conservation Code.
Yep.
For 2024. We were asked a series of questions as far as what we would like to consider. Yeah, so we have worked together as a group. We won't be in perfect alignment. Different boards and different councils and those types of things, different goals. But we all are looking to be on the 2024 iCode cycle. Our amendments will be very similar in a lot of ways, but they won't be exactly the same across the jurisdictions.
All right, well, to the extent that we can align, I think that would help the community in terms of simplification, but you can perhaps, as we go through each of the books, you could tell us what the other jurisdictions are doing.
And
Mike?
to that effect, Matt, do you have their timelines to know when, if we wanted to go after them or?
Well, the town of Mountain Village is already kind of moving along at their own pace.
Could you, when we discuss this, when we revisit this, and I know we're going to talk more specifically about the REMP program, but could you give us an indication at a future meeting of where each of the jurisdictions is in their cycle? I know, and that'll help the board decide of when and how if they want to see what modifications those other jurisdictions have already made
Okay.
to consider if we want to adopt something similar so that we're in greater alignment, that would help.
Yeah, I know it will, just off the top of my head, it'll be easier to align with the town of Mountain Village in a lot of ways. The town of Telluride municipal code, due to their lot size and like, for example, they require heat tape for snow melt window wells. So that they're, Sam Samuelson was like, why would we require
Charge
them
them,
to
yeah.
put heat tape and then charge them a fee for it? That's
Yeah.
crazy. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, certainly we'll report on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. All right. I think we are good. Matt, thank you so much. I had really been interested to hear how this was going along, so I feel like I'm caught up.
Cool.
Rest of you? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
thanks.
Alright.
That was
Yeah.
really helpful.
Thanks, commissioners, and everybody else. See you all.
Thank you, building team. Whew. All righty, so it is now almost 11:30. We had planned at 11 to go into executive session regarding San Miguel housing and so forth. I think we should probably take a quick break. And my question is, do we want to launch into that, which might be more than a half-hour discussion? Or do we want to try to take care of some other business and then do that after lunch? Lance, what's your suggestion?
I suggest that we postpone item 7A, that executive session, and take a brief recess and perhaps come back and, knowing that Ryan Rigetti's in the room, work on item 9A.
Quick question though, we're waiting.
Lane Thomason is available in the afternoon after 1:30.
Okay,
Okay, I think we can
Okay.
work through some other legal business and
great.
still hit that mark. Is that,
So you said she's available after 1:30?
yeah,
Yeah,
Why don't we plan to put her on the agenda for 1:30? Should we do that?
Yes.
yeah,
And we'll.
okay.
we'll work around
Well, yeah,
that.
we'll work around that. We can move some other things up and try to fill in the time. Does that make sense?
Yep,
Okay,
sounds good.
and you're in touch with her, I can tell.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so please
I've
give
been
her our,
keeping her updated on our timeline.
give her our apologies.
No, she said no worries. so.
Okay, thank you for that flexibility. Okay, it is 11:30. Why don't we come back here? How much time? Okay, not too much. Why don't we come back at 11:35, 11:40? What's your fancy?
11:35 is great.
11:35. We'll be back at 11:35. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, San Miguel County. It is 11:35 on February 26th. We are resuming a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We are juggling agenda items in order to accommodate various people who are, need to be with us, including Representative Jeff Hurd, who will arrive by Zoom at 12. We have postponed item number 7A and are moving right to item number 9A, which is, and when I say postponed, just till later today. This will be consideration of an increase in hours for the administrative position in the Road and Bridge Department. Mike Bordonia is identified as the presenter and he's not here, so I need a stand-in.
I think we can kick it off.
Let's go. Great.
And so I think for this purpose, we had authorized during the budget process a position in Road and Bridge at 24 hours, a part-time position at 24 hours per week. And I'll let Ryan speak to this, but we haven't been able to fill that position very effectively. And so this is an alternative that we wanted to ask the commissioners for permission to pursue. And I'll let Ryan kind of flush that out. So.
Yeah, so just it's a quick background. So we've always had an administrative assistant position that works with our administrative office manager. That just helps with a lot of the data entry, a lot of the just recording things in the office. It has always been a part-time position consistently. I know that in the past we had, our last office manager, she was there for 40 years, Phyllis, until she retired. But even when Phyllis was there, we were only successful in filling that position for short periods of time. And the Phyllis had a lot of knowledge. She had a lot of capacity in there because she'd been doing that job for a long time, so she can kind of absorb that turnover. I know with Ashley, she's new and she's learning. We've been trying to fill that position to get her some help in that, and we've been successful at hiring somebody, but then it was also short term. And then when we did this last round of interviews, both of the candidates that we interviewed, they both said, well, that we're also still going to look for full-time work. And so we know that moving forward, that without changing the position, we're setting up a situation to where we know that we're probably going to get a turnover every couple of years in that position. So it's going to be continuously training a new person, continuously looking for someone new. And it's not in the way I view it is I'm not setting Ashley up, or I'm not setting the administrative office manager up for success if we're going to ask them to continue to do that over and over, because it takes more time to train, it takes more time, and it's more difficult for them, and it takes them longer to do their job. And so we're just not being as efficient as we can. One of the considerations was moving this to full-time. I know we kind of bounced around with some different options. We've done that over the last couple of years. We've kind of talked about it in the past. This year we kind of got a little bit closer. We talked about it being a 40-hour position at first, and then we've also moved back down to just this 30-hour position. So attached, what you guys had was the cost, and that cost, what our finance department had put together was like a worst case scenario if it came in at the highest rate, and the highest. So that as far as the difference, and the majority of that would be just the benefits, because after 24 to 30 hours, they'd be eligible for benefits.
Now, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the adjustment correctly
Thank
so
you.
that you can see it. So this specifies if the current role is what? Oh, I do.
Oh, those, they're making me smile, those kitties and puppies.
Hold on. Why do I? Thank you, AI. Thanks for the help I didn't ask for. Okay, let's try this again. So I apologize for coming in a little bit late.
You're good. We got some good background from the rest of the team.
Excellent. So I'm sure Ryan already spoke about the high turnover of this position and the difficulty in having reliable help, which they need. Also, at the time that we designated this as a 24-hour position, in part, we wanted to make sure that it was not a benefited position due to the additional costs associated with that. in part because we were on a trajectory, a very negative trajectory with the road and bridge fund balance. We have since changed how we're budgeting for their capital items and improvements. And we've been able to increase their fund balance significantly so that they're in a place where they could bear this expense if it was to be authorized. I think the goal is also to have keep Ashley Lammers, our chief admin there, able to not only depend on what coverage she can have and have somebody for longer, but also to have this as a potential career option, where we're going to have somebody that will have a long-term, hopefully a longer-term future in Road and Bridge and add to the institutional knowledge following Phyllis's departure. Obviously her 30+ years with the county aided her ability when we have road disputes and other issues that she was able to handle because she had that institutional knowledge. As Ashley's building that, she kind of needs to have somebody that can deal with more of the day-to-day issues so that she can get into the research elements whenever we do have a road question, of which we have numerous, and/or road issues. So I don't anticipate that it would be this level of impact. This is also, if we were to hire this person at the step 6, which is also not a foregone conclusion. It's based on their qualifications. That's the maximum that they could be hired at. And I think we wanted to hear any questions you have.
I'm assuming that there is sufficient work for this person to do. It's not just about attracting the right person who wants a full-time job. We have the work.
There's sufficient work.
Yeah.
And I had originally, when Ryan came with this, and I was like, why are we dealing with this now? As opposed to during the budget season. And that's because we had since had another turnover of this position since we were in the budget season. So it kind of, Ryan went back to Ashley and Ramona and had conversations of how can we increase this to be something that's going to keep somebody longer. And I also investigated, could this be a shared position with other departments? Could we increase it to 40 hours full-time and then shift that person? Because I know we have needs in our finance office, but unfortunately those needs are for somebody with different skill sets. And they're also needing somebody, essentially, I'm going to be coming back to you for the potential of adding a full-time person in finance at some point later this year. Knowing that our finance, at least our director and assistant director, are continuing to work over 60 hours every week.
Yeah.
And we don't want to continue to see that burnout.
Another question for me, the numbers you're providing here are annual numbers, right? So
Correct.
we're already into almost March.
Yeah.
So at the most, this would be a 10/12 of this, correct?
It wouldn't
For
even be
this-
that much, because by the time we re-advertise this position, interview and onboard somebody, I think we're looking closer to 2/3 of a year, maybe even a half a year's worth of that impact for
Thank
this
you.
current year.
Ryan?
And for the fiscal impact, with the positions that we've had open in the department already, even if we did hire someone at that rate, it still would put us over that line, over that line item.
It would not.
Would not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Galena?
I mean, I appreciate your perspective on this based on seeing the turnover. Do you feel, and I can pretty much answer this question myself, just knowing the job market, but do you feel that adding these benefits and the extra hours per week would really provide enough incentive to really bring on a staff member that's going to stay on? Like, have you seen the turnover based on pay and lack of benefits?
We've seen it based on, a lot of it is pay and a lot of it is I want to get a full-time job with benefits. I know even when Ashley had that position, it worked for her for a short term, and then she was ready, for full-time, and she was ready for benefits. And so that part of our transition that we were working on was in danger of collapsing at that time. So we had to make some moves even to try to retain her. And then the staff that we had before them we have one that's working for the sheriff's department, was the same reason, they left because they wanted full-time with benefits. I know that the Norwood School is on a 4-day week, and so even the shorter hours it does work good with the schedule if someone does have kids in the school there. So having that shorter week is appealing, just to certain people out there. So I think if anything, it garners the interest for the position more, and I think it would be easier for us to recruit and also to retain.
Commissioner Gleason, when we went through this recent re-advertisement for the position, both of the finalist candidates indicated that they were doubtful that they could take this unless it had more hours and or benefits. So we know that that is something that will be a big factor, not only with those two folks, but potentially with a larger pool of applicants.
Any questions?
No questions. I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready for that.
I'm ready. Rena?
I move to approve an increase in hours for the administrative position in the Road and Bridge Department as presented.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ryan, and
Thank you.
best of luck as you bring in this 30-hour-a-week person.
Thank you very much.
All right. We have about 13 minutes before Representative Hurd will
Could we-
zoom in.
Could we touch on item 6D? Would that work for you about the gondola?
D, let's do it.
Perfect. So in our packets are the second amended restated agreement that we've had for the gondola. The first amendment was during 23-24 related to our payments for the planning of the future gondola project. And it had always been said by the previous board and then confirmed by the current board. I suppose not the current board because it was during this fall in budget season that the county's participation would be not into the capital projects such as the station improvements and the physical equipment of the gondola, but on the logistics to make sure that county residents had a voice in whatever the organization was to take over this project, which ended up being SMART, as well as how the funding proration might occur to keep ongoing gondola operations going. We knew that that would be something that was going to impact county residents countywide. So we wanted to stay in it so that the commissioners would have an equal voting say in the leadership committee. Now that we're stepping back into a non-funding role for 2025 and moving forward, they're still asking us to participate in the gondola advisory committee. Informally, it's been called the gondola subcommittee, and that is an advisory committee to SMART. However, the board, although they are able to attend the leadership meetings, are not going to be voting members in those leadership meetings. I know there was some confusion Commissioner Brown and I had when we were asked to join the leadership committee meeting, but then notified. But we just want, if you're hearing anything that you think would be good feedback for us, you're welcome to, you can participate in parts of the conversation, but we are not voting members on the leadership group who is making those financial current and future decisions, again, related to the physical equipment and the station area plans.
Makes sense to me.
This is for the chair's signature. So I wanted to put it on here for the board to ask any questions and then potentially make a motion to engage.
I have one question. I think it's just one. At the bottom of the first page, the last whereas says that the town of Mountain Village, town of Tyrod, Tyrod Mountain Village Owners Association, San Miguel County, Tyrod Ski and Golf, and SMART intend to build and operate facilities in connection with the gondola. San Miguel County actually doesn't intend to build or operate any facilities in connection with the gondola, and I just.
Yes and no.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we own the Lawson Intercept parking lot, of which it had originally been planned to be a station for the gondola. And so we hold easements that go up through Mountain Village, connecting where the Lawson Intercept lot. Basically, it's at some point in the future, we may be involved, but certainly not in this next phase that's focused on the existing stations and the existing gondola.
Okay, so this is sort of a higher level
Correct.
intention. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And should it extend elsewhere in the county,
Mhm.
I've certainly dreamed of other extensions. And I know that originally, I was told at least that the vision for the gondola in the early 90s was to be a spoke and to connect outlying communities with the ski area and the infrastructure of Telluride and Mountain Village. So we don't want to foreclose on that possibility down the road.
Perfect. Anyone else have any questions?
No further questions. I'm prepared to make a motion if need be. I move to approve the chair's signature on the second supplement and amendment to the intergovernmental agreement for cost sharing of the planning and gondola project development phase of the gondola project.
I second that motion.
How do you vote?
Before you vote,
What?
I would just note that they incorrectly list Commissioner Waring as the chair.
Thank
And
you.
knowing that we're in 2025 and Commissioner Brown, that's the only modification of this agreement I would suggest is just, and we can do a simple strike through and replace Commissioner Brown as chair for the
Perfect.
signatory.
Thanks for mentioning.
But that doesn't need any modification of Commissioner Waring's motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any discussion on the motion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
We have about 8 minutes left before Representative Hurd joins us. Do you have any other manager matters you'd like to cover?
Do we ever? I just wanted to share that yesterday I met with CDOT about Placerville improvements. This is related to the visit that they had this summer with their engineering team to look at intersections and the overall request of the county to create traffic calming and drainage measures improvements in the Placerville area. I also got an update on our speed signs that there's solar powered blinking speed signs. The state requires a new larger version of that sign. It has been ordered. They have the caissons that they will be mounted to, are expected to be installed in late March or early April, weather dependent. And they don't have a timeline on the signs themselves, but they were optimistic that that could occur before our May 28th meeting in Placerville with the residents. And I definitely push for that. I would really like to see those in. We also discussed the plan that we've created with Road and Bridge to create a containment of some of the some of the drainage coming down Surprise Avenue. Rather than just creating larger culverts and upsizing the culvert, which would be a minimum of probably $700,000 to $1 million, and the county would have to bear that sole expense. We said we want to try this interim solution from the engineering study, drainage study that we had conducted in that area. And so Ryan and the Deep Creek crew are still planning on installing it. They had hoped to get it in this fall. They're still planning on installing it this summer. That would create a series of catchment basins coming down within our right of way. They will need annual maintenance and removal of debris. But what I heard the board indicate was support for that and to see how much of an issue we still have after that. And that will drive what potential culverts and or other redirection of the water. Unfortunately, as we know, we don't have a lot of options due to the fact that numerous homes have been built in the area where the water used to report to, as well as landowners had bermed and redirected that water over the past 40 years. And many of those folks are no longer there. So I know the county never likes the word condemnation, and it's never been spoken about this. So I reiterated that to CDOT that would not be something we'd be considering. So we're going to try this interim plan to see how much of the water and debris we can catch and reduce from the way it's currently reporting down Surprise Drive, down 2nd Avenue onto Grigg.
So I would just comment that, and I imagine this is Ryan's plan, but to prioritize that, work, right? So that maybe we can catch some spring runoff and just, this is our time. Or
Yes.
soon will be our time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, given the lack of snow in that area, I would agree with you that this is our time.
If we're gonna see Ryan again this afternoon,
I
we'll say
will.
that. Okay, thank you.
And lastly, we discussed, they're still investigating their right of way. They don't know exactly where their right of way extends into the town of Placerville. I know Janet Cask is a part of her, she has heirs, consulting under contract, and they had shown a preliminary traffic calming
Mhm.
and slowing down design, and we discussed that design. And the CDOT team really liked that design. There was actually 2 alternate designs. We also talked about potential crosswalk locations from the bus stop to get folks to where they're parking, but also to the Mercantile where we know a lot of folks are trying to access on their way to or from public transit, to keep them out of vehicular paths. So once they affirm where their right of way is, then they said they would re-engage with us to discuss what parts of that plan they might participate in, what they would ask the county to participate in. They did not give the go-ahead to start installing planters and or other things within the roadway until they can confirm their right of way.
Okay.
Mike,
Lance?
Yeah,
did they give a timeline for that process of right-of-way confirmation?
they said they've been waiting on their right of way group for over 6 months right now, and I tried to reemphasize that we would really like an answer so that we can start programming. But essentially, if there are large improvements, that those would need to be budgeted for the 2026 year. I think it's doubtful that we'll see major improvements aside from the potential. I reminded them that we still have plans to do some paving in that area this year that we weren't able to get to last year, and that perhaps we could work together to improve the crosswalks in that area from the bus stop. But they said that they would poke their right-of-way team again to get an answer.
And the paving would happen down on Front Street or up
No,
higher?
we're not planning.
Yeah.
I don't recall exactly where we're planning
Right.
on doing those the minor paving improvements, but the fact that we'll be in the area with asphalt.
Yes.
And they have planned to stripe, and I said, well, part of your problem of striping crosswalks is some of these road sections are dirt.
Yeah.
So they said, well, if you are already in the area, we'd love to work with you on at least getting those crosswalks asphalted so that we could stripe those
That's great.
and have a better surface. I wanted to share with you, when we went back and looked at the sheriff's vacancy posting, I know during our conversation with the sheriff several weeks ago, he had asked for an accelerated timeline. So that he could have 2.5 to 3 months of overlap with whomever his successor is chosen to be. When we filled the vacancies for the treasurer, assessor, and clerk, we kept those jobs. So I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Following that conversation, we set essentially a 2-week opening for the vacancy of the position for folks to apply. When we went back and looked, I went, wow, that feels really soon.
Yeah.
We went back and we had kept those others open longer, in some cases up 1.5 to 2 months. That was true in the treasurer's case, but in the other cases, it was a minimum of a month. So I spoke with each of the commissioners individually to say, I'd like us to be transparent and not appear as though we're trying to make a foregone decision or conclusion, and that we want to make sure that we have the greatest pool of applicants for the board to choose from. So I asked HR to extend the posting of that position opening until the end of March. And then obviously we'd want to conduct interviews after that's closed, and HR can bring you those resumes and applications for you to decide an interview schedule, but I would assume that that would occur during April.
Okay.
Like we're right at noon.
I'm sorry.
We're
We
right
are.
at noon.
Okay,
Thank you
very
for
good, thanks.
noting that.
I don't know if,
We'll come back if you've got more.
I don't
to
have anything
share.
else, thank you.
have we heard from Representative?
He should be on just a moment. We're just waiting for that.
Terrific. And if any of the elected officials would like to come up to the table and a microphone, please do. And then you'll have an opportunity to speak with Representative Hurd as well. And it looks like we have 3 elected officials and 3 microphones, although is one not working?
I think it was close.
Okay, so again, yeah, hi, everybody. Reminder to pull those mics right up close to your mouth so that everybody on Zoom can hear us. Hear you. This is an exciting moment. We've been waiting months for this moment.
I also had asked Ramona and Jennifer Dinsmore to join us if they could, and I do see Ramona's on there. In part, in case we wanted to share with Congressman Hurd the evaluation we went through of potential federal funding impacts, of which we know at a high level, it could be as high as $5.4 million of the county's $37 million budget. So.
Okay, we are just waiting.
Madam Chair, while we wait, I noticed there's some members of the public here, and that's great. One of the things that we learned this morning is that Representative Hurd has about half an hour with us. And knowing that we have a full board of commissioners and elected officials, we're planning to pose questions in-house first and then open the floor to the public if there's still time. But we'll see how far we get. I just wanted to let you all know the plan before you're disappointed.
Thank you, Lance, for setting that.
Yes, this is Carmen. Did you guys just try to call?
Jeopardy music.
Go ahead, Jared, take it away.
Jeopardy was on Saturday Night Live, so it's probably appropriate.
Mr. Connery, that's therapists. Oh, just wait till you get to go to volleyball tournaments and sit on bleachers all day. Oh, yeah.
Have you got a minor seat cushion?
I wadded up my puffy jacket to be my seat cushion. It's okay. They'll do hockey. Ha ha ha.
Don't do hockey.
Has that been prohibited? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Same, Galena.
There we go.
There he is.
There we go. Oh,
There you are.
hello, everyone. Greetings. I apologize that I'm running a little bit late.
That is to be expected, given the job that you have. Hello, my name is Ann Brown. I'm the chair of the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners. And sitting to my left is Commissioner Lance Waring. And to my right is Commissioner Galena Gleason. We also have pretty much our top senior staff, our county manager, Mike Bordonia, assistant county manager, Jared Biggs, attorney Maura Fahey, and to our great delight, we also have 3 other elected officials, Mike Wazinski, who is our clerk, Brandy Hatfield, our treasurer, and Sarah Enders, our assessor. Unfortunately, you're looking at the backs of their head because we don't have a fancy Zoom system. We also have some
Get one of those owls, Commissioner,
I know,
that allows you to sort of see everybody all at once.
We have the Chief Clerk to the Board, Carmen Warfield, out of the picture, and also 3 members of the public as well in the room, as well as others online. And we've advised the public that we have probably a lot of conversation to have just in the first 30 minutes among the elected officials. But if there's time, we of course will take comments from and questions from the public. So I would like to begin by congratulating you, as I have already in a voicemail, on your election, and letting you know how much we all here look forward to working with you as CD3 representative in Washington. Also want to make sure that you are doing okay, given the kind of snake pit you've fallen into, perhaps more exciting than ever. Anyway, we hope that you're holding up all right. We all probably have a few questions, but we would like to open with any comments you may have for us and any thoughts you'd like to share about what is happening in Washington and how that might impact Western Colorado and San Miguel County in particular. So please take it away.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Brown. It's great to connect with you. And hello, everybody. Thank you so much for turning out. It's great to see such a wonderful representation of elected officials and really leaders in the county. I'm so happy to see you. I wish it were in person. Would love to have you come out and visit here in Washington. I say it's not my office, it's your office. I just happen to be the one that sits here, and would love to see you all here in Washington, D.C. in your office. It is sunny and warm here. I am hoping, although I'm looking at it looks like you might be sunny in San Miguel County. I was hoping you'd tell me that it was snowy and you were getting lots of snow and that snowpack was building up, but it looks like that's probably not the case, at least not today. I know water is one of those important issues that we're facing in the West with the changing hydrology, changing climate, and needing to responsibly address that, what I think is a serious issue in the coming summer and summers that follow. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that our snowpack numbers, I don't know where they are right now in terms of average seasonal impact. Are we in the 70s, 80s? Does anybody know?
80s, I just heard.
80% of median.
Okay, 80% of median. All right. Well, please know that is something that is top of mind for me, water in the West. It is our lifeblood, and making sure that water doesn't just appear. Almost all of it comes in snow. So I'll continue to keep my eye on that. And I know that's something that's front and center for all of you as well, not just obviously for our ski industry, but for our ranchers and farmers and outdoor recreationists as well. So things here in Washington are good. It has been busy. I was sworn in, let's see, a little less than 2 months ago. Feels like 2 years ago. I think Commissioner Browning said it's a snake pit. I jokingly say when I was, if you're looking for somebody that has good judgment, don't look at the person that's running for Congress, just because there's a lot of craziness that comes with this. But it really is an honor, and my connection with my county commissioners is one of the most important that I have. You really are the eyes and ears for so much of your constituents, and representing 750,000 people. It is extremely difficult to make sure that I'm seeing all the things I need to see. And a large part of what I do is rely on my county commissioners to bring issues to the fore and talk about priorities and see where there are areas that we can work together to make life better for the citizens that you represent and that I represent. I will tell you what's one of the weird things about Washington is my day-to-day is spent in meetings, talking with constituents, talking with folks that have issues that are relevant to economic well-being in the district. I'm in committee hearings all day long, and then I'll get out and there'll be a huge list of messages. How come you're not talking about this issue, that issue, this issue? Catching up on some of the stuff at the end of the night is, while I'm trying to get ready for the next day, I will tell you on the ground, I'm working hard. And it's not the stuff that you're necessarily going to see front page in the newspaper. When I was running for office, I said I didn't want to make national headlines. I want to make local headlines about economic development, jobs, infrastructure, responsible public policy, particularly when it comes to federal lands and federal lands management. And so those are the things that I'm working on day to day, sort of in the trenches here. I'm on 3 committees. All 3 of them I think are really important to our district. The first is natural resources. I am obviously the vast majority of the land in the 3rd Congressional District is public lands. I know that we have issues that I've certainly heard about from some of our land managers, BLM side, Forest Service side, with respect to some of the cuts that we've seen. I will tell, and I'm anticipating that that might be one of the questions that you have as well. Happy to talk about that issue. That is important. And if you don't raise that, let's make sure that we talk about that before we get off, and make that is something that is front and center for me, particularly when it comes to where the cuts are being made. I have seen firsthand just how important it is that we have good land managers on the ground in the district, that are kind of our unsung heroes that are doing the work that keeps us safe and manages our public lands responsibly. Within the Natural Resources Committee, I am on the Energy and Minerals Subcommittee. And then I'm also on I'm actually the chairman of the Indian and Insular Affairs Subcommittee, which is an honor as a freshman to be named a subcommittee chair. That does not happen very often. We do have 2 tribes in our district, the Ute Mountain Utes and the Southern Utes, in the southwest part of our state. And so working with them and working with tribal leadership across Indian country is something that is really important to me now in my role as subcommittee chair, and making sure that, again, when it comes to the government to government relationship that we have with our tribes, that we're being responsible and we're respecting that that sovereignty. I'm also on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee in the House. And within that committee, I'm on 3 subcommittees: the Aviation Subcommittee, Roads and Bridges, or I think it's Roads and Surface is what they call it, and then Water Infrastructure. And what I would tell you is that committee, when it comes to transportation infrastructure, I suspect that there are infrastructure needs that you have in San Miguel County. I'm very interested in hearing about them, particularly, well, if there's an I know we have a commercial airport. Actually, the aeronautics director from CDOT, I just met him and his team here in my office earlier this afternoon. I know air service is an important part of the economy in San Miguel County. And that's something that, as issues come up, as needs come up, if there's someone that needs to lean on regulators and making sure that things get through the process as quick as possible, please let me know with respect to your wonderful airport. Roads and Surface, again, that is, your economy is not going to be doing a whole lot if people aren't able to get there and enjoy what makes San Miguel County such a special place. And if our farmers and ranchers in the county aren't able to bring their products to market, we can't do that without infrastructure, without that roads and surface transportation and those bridges. As issues come up, as projects come up, please let me know. I'm on that subcommittee. We do have the surface reauthorization bill, which is coming up. This is a once in every 5-year transportation infrastructure bill. I need your help in identifying what projects are most effective use of taxpayer dollars in San Miguel County, and how we can partner together on projects that benefit everyone in San Miguel County. And then water infrastructure. I cannot remember. I think when I was campaigning, I came by and visited one of your county commissioner meetings, and I think Commissioner Waring, I don't know, were you there, or did you remember seeing me or not? Or maybe you were the one commissioner that wasn't there?
I was there, and I was very encouraged that you came and visited us on the campaign trail, and I especially appreciated your remarks about, while we may have different initials after our names, R's and D's, that you wanted to work together to make things better, and I know that we share that. So with that, the water infrastructure is probably more in.
That's what I remember you talking about. That's why I mentioned your name is water. I was about ready to get to water infrastructure as my last subcommittee, but yes, please, Commissioner, I remember you talking about that. That's why I was asking about you.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner Gleason may be more poised to speak on that because she represents the 3rd district, which includes the city of or town of Norwood. And Norwood has been in process of applying for federal funds for water infrastructure. And recently, we've had some questions about federal funding, many of them, and we actually did a rough calculation for the county, and out of our $37 million budget, we calculate that up to 5.4 of that is potentially federal funds that may or may not be arriving this year. And we're concerned about that, as I'm sure you are as well. If you'd like to speak directly about water infrastructure, I'd cede the floor to Commissioner Gleason. And if not, we can certainly cover some other topics.
I think before we get into a specific topic, I'd like to let Representative Hurd finish his overview.
Great.
And then we can raise our questions. Is that okay with the rest of you? Okay, thank you. But you hit a hot one
Thank
there.
you, Commissioner Waring. Yeah, I remembered that. That's why I asked if you were there, because I could have sworn that I remembered you mentioning water infrastructure as being one of the issues that matter. And I'm going to circle back on the federal funding freeze here at the end of my remarks. So Water Infrastructure Subcommittee is another subcommittee that I sit on within the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee. I had, when we talk about bipartisan cooperation and it not mattering what letter you have after your name, that wasn't just something I said on the campaign trail, Commissioner. That's something that I hope that you will see from me as your representative. I'm wearing the hat of the 3rd Congressional District when I'm here, and it's not Republican, it's your representative. Whether or not, and I say this to everyone in the room, and I say this to everyone in the district, whether or not you voted for me, whether or not you will vote for me, know that I'm going to fight for you here in Washington, D.C., and that you will always have a partner, and that every single one of your county commissioners will have a direct line to me when something is needed, and obviously my staff as well. I had a breakfast this morning with the Colorado delegation. It was actually myself and Representative Boebert, Representative Crank. Representative wasn't able to make that breakfast. He's usually there, but we were there with Representative DeGette from Denver, and then Senator Bennett, Senator Hickenlooper. That was a great breakfast, and that's something that, as a Colorado delegation, we're coming together and talking about how we can work. The issues that we're going to disagree on, we're going to disagree on, but the issues that we can work on together, know that for me, you will have a very willing partner on the Republican side of the aisle to get those issues advanced. I will also tell you that one of the things that I learned very quickly here is, aside from the budget reconciliation process, which is probably what most of you are hearing about in the news right now, passing legislation here in Congress outside of that reconciliation process almost always requires 60 votes in the Senate. And we are not going to get 60 votes in the Senate unless we have folks on the Democratic side of the aisle joining in that legislation. And I am well aware of that. And so that's why when we're talking about legislation, I'm already in discussion with my Senate colleagues, Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Bennett. We're already introducing legislation together, bipartisan, bicameral legislation to help Western Colorado. The Gold King Mine Spill Act is the one that I'm thinking of specifically, but there are a whole host of other issues that we are identifying where we can work together on when it comes to those issues. So yes, Commissioner Waring, expect that it will not matter what letter you have after your name when you call, and if there's a need. The last subcommittee that the last committee I should say that I'm on is Science, Space, and Technology. That is basically the non-DoD civilian side of space and science. I did not realize what a space-centric place Colorado is when it comes to supporting our economy, aeronautics. That includes also Southwest Colorado. We have facilities and companies that are doing amazing work when it comes to aeronautics and space exploration that I did not even realize as a candidate. And so making sure that we support that is something that's important to me as well. When it comes to legislation, again, I would look to you if there are ideas, initiatives, proposals that you have that I can push, particularly if it's something that has a realistic chance of passing both our Republican majority House and then a Senate that's also held by Republicans, but that has we need to have at least 7 Democratic senators joining on the legislation. I'm very interested in that. One of the pieces of legislation that I've introduced is, I think, something that's important and that I would hope that you would consider supporting. One of the things that I try not to do is when somebody puts me on the spot and says, hey, are you going to support XYZ? And I haven't had a chance to think about it. I always say I need time to think about it. But one thing I would like to put on your radar screen for consideration about potential support would be support for legislation that would move the Bureau of Land Management headquarters back to Western Colorado. Public lands management is one of the most important issues that we have here in the West, and having the decision makers living here in the West where the land is located, I think is something that is good public policy. And I would hope that that might be something that would be of interest to the San Miguel Board of County Commissioners as well, and your constituents. So if that could be something that you put on your radar screen for potential support, I would appreciate that consideration in the future. And we're happy to provide any information in that regard. The Gold King Mine Spill Reclamation Act is another piece of legislation that's particularly important to Western Colorado. There will be some other bills that I'll be introducing going forward. And obviously your input and feedback is very valued and very appreciated. Last thing, and then I'll open this up to questions, was I did take a tour. Well, let's see, I've been back to the district a couple times, and it's been extremely busy traveling, trying to meet as many, particularly elected officials, community leaders, leaders of nonprofits, the folks that can help me understand from a big picture perspective what the sort of structural issues are and challenges that we face and opportunities that we face. I've been meeting with, I took, I think, 1,600-mile drive this last week around the district, meeting folks from Pueblo to Alamosa, and then over up in the Northwest as well. I was up in Moffat County and Rio Blanco County as well. But I hope to be able to see you all soon in person again in Telluride. What I would tell you is some of the concerns that I have and that I share, and that I'm suspecting you have as well, are related to cuts in federal employees. I will tell you that I am sympathetic to and understand the administration's and President Trump's desire to streamline and economize and make government more efficient. I think when we do that, though, we need to make sure that the streamlining that's taking place and the savings that we're looking at don't come at the cost of delivering services to the people that rely on those services. And when it comes to the Forest Service in particular, I know some of the cuts, I'm suspecting you've heard this as well, are to the frontline employees, to the GS4, the GS5, the GS6 employees. Know that that's something that we are working with the administration on. I'm in contact with the Trump administration on the importance of those individuals who are on the front lines, maintaining trails, cleaning bathrooms, managing our public lands, and making sure that we're being responsible in how we do them. My understanding is that there have been no firefighters that have been cut. But one of the concerns that I do have is some of the support mechanisms for those firefighters are folks that have been cut as well. I'm also, there's some individuals that I understand that may be accepting the buyouts that our federal government has offered. I think that we need to be careful and cognizant that the institutional knowledge that we're losing there is that we do what we can to preserve that, or make sure that we have individuals that can be detailed to particular government agencies to make sure that we have that continuity of institutional knowledge as well. Know that that's something I'm aware of. I've heard of it and where those cuts are happening, and know that's something that I take seriously. I would rely on you to help me stay on top of those issues if you hear things. And then Commissioner Waring, you also mentioned the grant funding. Please let me know where those grant fund freezes are happening and where those federal dollars are happening. If you could itemize a list and let me know what things look like, where they're going, that's something that that my team and I will take. And I am more than happy to work with you on seeing what we can do to make sure that the projects that are needing funding and that are most important get that funding, and that it's unfrozen. And I need your help in identifying what those things are and what the scope of those projects is. And then the last thing I'll say, and then I'll stop talking, is know that when it comes to good public policy and working together, particularly when it comes to issues that cross the political boundaries, that I will work hard to be a willing and thoughtful and pragmatic member of Congress for you, and not make the perfect the enemy of the good. And I hope to partner with you and to have a great relationship. And when we disagree, we'll disagree without being disagreeable. But where we agree, and I expect that on the vast majority of issues we'll be in agreement, we will be in lockstep together. And I look forward to that relationship in the coming months and years as well. So with that, thank you for having me be here, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. That was terrific, a wonderful overview, and I get a good sense of your approach and your personality through the Zoom, and it's very reassuring to know that you are as interested as we are in working collaboratively together on issues that affect all Coloradans. I think that's a wonderful idea, that we could start collecting information about how federal funding might impact our county. I will mention one issue that I expect is already on your mind, as I know you have a relationship with previously with the Montrose Delta Electrical Association. You're probably aware of the large grant that was made to Tri-State in order to help improve that the grid and to kind of make that coal transition. And that was, I believe, a $750,000 grant, but could have as much as a $2 billion impact if Tri-State chooses to take a loan rather than an outright grant. And there are a lot of us here in Western Colorado who were super excited about that. And it's a huge project that will really ensure the modernization of our electrical system. And that is one thing I hope is on your radar. That's the one thing I wanted to mention. We have about 4 more minutes. Commissioner Gleason, I'm gonna
speak really quickly here. It's great to know that you're on the Water Infrastructure Subcommittee, and I represent District 3 in San Miguel County, where the town of Norwood is situated. For 2025, the Norwood Water Commission had applied for some funding through congressionally directed spending funds. And as of yesterday, I hadn't heard any updates if that funding might be allocated, but our aging water infrastructure is kind of hinging on this potential funding, and we're really looking to bolster our water delivery and storage, just for the well-being and viability of our community. And so I just wanted to put that on your radar, and with hopes that moving forward with congressionally directed spending, that might be considered, and that you could go to work on that issue, because it's just so critical for the future of our community.
Just to kind of emphasize that, I think aging is maybe not a strong enough word. This is a crumbling infrastructure for this little town, and they cannot even get enough water pressure to service hydrants. So they're, trucking in water and relying on ponds from, nearby, hopefully farmers. So it's a really extreme need in the town of Norwood and on Wrights Mesa.
I'll just piggyback on that, and apologies for my real formal comments here, but just to get it all out there. San Miguel County, there's strong disparity of wealth. It's really prevalent. And 1 in 4 households are food insecure. And before my time serving as commissioner, I was involved in various food security programs in our county and saw firsthand how this Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, helps families make ends meet and keep critical food on household tables. And I really just want to urge you to take a stance to protect these food security programs. It's really critical, and I've heard some loud voices very concerned about this funding being cut. As well as Medicaid. I sit on the board of the Uncompahgre Medical Clinic, which is it's our regional federally qualified community health center. And about 30% of constituents in Colorado's District 3 are enrolled in Medicaid, and are very much relying on us as elected officials to protect their access to healthcare. And at our local clinic here, Medicaid makes up around 40% of funding sources. And if Medicaid is cut, our clinic would very likely have to shut its doors, leaving our community in a very vulnerable position because we are literally hours away from any definitive care. So just wanted to put that on your periphery of a very large concern in my community. I'm gonna turn over to Lance if there's anything you want to bring up, and then maybe I'll circle back at the end a bit more. 20 minutes.
Thanks, Commissioner. Mr. Hurd, do you have any more time, or is it 12:30 hard
Yes.
stop?
We will, I'm making time right now. I'm unilaterally telling my team, yes, I have, can I get 10 minutes? All right.
10
Until
minutes.
12:40.
Thank you for that. All right.
Let's do it.
I'll be brief, but I recall that you mentioned you just had a breakfast with the Colorado contingent, and that is great news. I assume that when you were breakfasting, one of the topics that may have come up was the Dolores River. And as you know, there's a longstanding NCA proposal for the southern portion and some large questions about some sort of NCA or perhaps monument. No one's really sure on the northern portion. I would urge you to join Senators Hickenlooper and Bennett to propel that legislation forward for the southern portion that's been put together over the last at least dozen, if not more years by a number of stakeholders and working groups. And we're all in agreement, and we just need your help to get that over the finish line federally. So please assist them wherever you can. Beyond that, I think that there are so many changes and concerns coming out of Washington and kind of floating our way that you are our best hope for some buffer and some reasoning. We are reacting, but we are not able to forecast. You are closer to the source of a lot of our concerns, and we're relying on your nature as a human and as an individual to look out for us, because we're not in a position to do so. We're in a position to receive edicts, mandates, and sudden change, but we are feeling a little powerless here.
Commissioners, thank you very much. If I could just take some of those issues just in sequence really quickly. First, Commissioner Brown on the DMEA, I think it's the New Era funding is what you're thinking of specifically.
Yes.
Correct.
Know that is my background. It looks like you did a little bit of homework there. You know that I worked with rural electric cooperatives, DMEA and others. I know the vital role that rural electric cooperatives play in rural America and in the 3rd Congressional District, and actually had a meeting with a number of rural electric co-ops here. I know Tri-State, and as well as Tri-State, which is also itself a cooperative. It's a generation transmission cooperative. I know the importance of this New Era funding, and I guess I would just say stay tuned on that front. But I understand and appreciate the importance of continuing that. And I want to be respectful of the co-op folks that I've talked to just actually earlier this afternoon, and make sure that when we're talking about these issues that we're on the same page, because I do recognize the importance of making sure that we have reliable, affordable, safe, and responsible energy. And that rural electric cooperatives have a core responsibility in that. I also recognize that some of the changes that are being precipitated are in some part caused by state law requirements as well. And that Tri-State in many ways is reacting to those things, and they're trying to navigate what is a very complicated landscape, both, operating in multiple states, and they've got different requirements in different states. And I know Colorado has put in some greenhouse gas reduction expectations that also mean that Tri-State has to take actions that are transitioning maybe sooner than it expected to other resources. And I understand and respect that. And I also fundamentally, there's something to be said for the government having made an agreement and honoring that obligation. And it makes it very difficult for partners to anticipate or plan if we are not careful in how we address those with the change in administration. So stay tuned on that front. I understand that issue, and I appreciate how important it is to you and your constituents as well. I guess San Miguel Power would be the co-op that would be affected there in your part of San Miguel. And I don't think Delta Montrose goes into San Miguel County, but I understand that issue and appreciate it. Commissioner Gleason, when it comes to Norwood and funding, please, my district director is named Betsy Bair. We will get BAIR. We will get you her contact information. If you could please flag that as part of the federal grant issues, I would love to have a list. I don't want to give homework. So somebody in the room is probably like, oh my gosh, the congressman's assigning us work, but know that this is, if you can get me that, it would be extremely helpful. And Commissioner Gleason, let me know what that funding is, where it is in the process, and let us follow up. That's important to me. That's water infrastructure is core to what government does, and it's important to me that we get that funding. So on that project, absolutely. Let's see what we can do. Let me know. And then congressionally directed spending. Yes, I do support congressionally directed spending. We need to be smart in how we do it. And I need your help in identifying projects that practically and politically show that we are using taxpayer dollars wisely. So please help me identify those projects and know that you will have an ally in Congress for those congressionally directed spending projects. Commissioner Gleason, you also mentioned SNAP and Medicaid. I understand the importance of rural healthcare and delivering those rural healthcare services. My father actually used to be the head of the Marillac Clinic in Grand Junction, which is a federally qualified health center. A number of my visits around the district have been to critical access hospitals, as well as federally qualified health centers, and also some of our larger hospitals as well, PPAs, I think, or PPSs. The government, there's a lot of acronyms in these areas, and making sure that we are, yes, being efficient, but that we are cognizant of the important role of Medicaid in delivering these vital services to rural Colorado. You're absolutely right. 30% of the individuals in our district rely on Medicaid, and know that that's something that I take very seriously, and making sure that we are responsible when it comes to rural healthcare and the delivery of rural healthcare to our citizens who are most in need. And you said this is maybe on the periphery, Medicaid and SNAP. I will tell you, it's not on the periphery, Commissioner Gleason. It's front and center, as far as I'm concerned, and I know that you feel that way as well. And then let's see. Oh, I got a note that says, let's see. Okay, we'll put Commissioner Gleason. Okay, we're going to put you on a thread. I just got a note with Betsy Bair, our district director. So we'll make sure that you have that with respect to that project in Norwood. Sorry.
I'll take all the homework, extra homework I can.
Yes, and then please get us that list as well. And then Commissioner Waring, you mentioned the Dolores National Conservation Area, the upper Dolores, I guess the southern Dolores. We just discussed that this morning at breakfast. You were absolutely right. That was something that came up. That is a bipartisan piece of legislation that did not make it through the last Congress. That is definitely something that I'm looking at picking up with my colleagues in the Senate. As far as I know, all of the counties are in favor. Then the local governments have bought in. To me, just so that you know where my bias is on these things, making sure that we have local buy-in and support from the people whose lives are affected by these sorts of designations is one of the most important things from my perspective. I understand that groundwork and that stakeholder input was done in the southern part of the Dolores National Conservation Area. And if that is indeed the case, then you can expect me to pick that one up as well, along with Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper. I think it was both of them that worked on that one before. And then, okay, and I'm getting the hook here. Let's see. I would also say looking out for you. Okay, that's it, Commissioner Waring. I know there might be some concern or fear about some of the changes that are happening in Washington. Know that I had never run for anything in my life, and this is really, truly a public service for me. in representing this district and our district. And I grew up in Western Colorado, went to Grand Junction High School, raising my children in Western Colorado. I will never forget where I came from and who I represent. And know that, yes, there's when any administration, but sometimes with President Trump's administration, there's certainly things are moving very quickly. Know that I am here to make sure that the changes that we navigate them thoughtfully and responsibly as we can, and that you will have in me somebody that is an advocate for your county, for our district, and that I will work, maybe not publicly. So I guess that would be the other thing I'd say is, just because you don't see me on the national news arguing or pressing these issues as prominently, in my view, I want to be effective rather than loud. And sometimes being loud and effective are the same thing. You need to be loud in order to be effective. But oftentimes the work that's most effective on this front is stuff that doesn't necessarily make the front page of the newspaper. So know that that's what's happening on my end when it comes to some of these issues. And I will leave it at that. If it's okay, commissioners, I have to be running, but know that I would love to see you in person. And meet again. And obviously, if you are here in Washington, please come and visit your office. And I'd say that to all the constituents that are in the room and listening online, that I would love to see you here in your office in Washington, D.C.
Thank you for that invitation. I know one of the council members in Mountain Village, the town of Mountain Village, is working with your staff to have you come here personally to meet with all 3 jurisdictions. So we will look forward to shaking your hand in person. And apologies to our public and also the other elected officials that this was fast and furious. But we will have additional opportunities to discuss, and appreciate the extra time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, commissioners. Have a wonderful day, and I hope to see you again soon, and I will keep my fingers crossed for lots and lots of snow.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Have a great day.
Right. I believe we are going to recess now, or did you want to?
We are, but I just wanted to ask, because we had our clerk, treasurer, and assessor here, if there were items that you wanted to raise that we could follow up with, Congressman Hurd. Okay.
Not, Congressman Hurd, but statewide, payment plan option.
Can you send us a note about that, or we can talk about it over lunch so that we're, yeah.
Had a chance to read up on it. I've just seen like a couple brief emails, but yeah.
Okay.
And Michael?
Election related stuff.
Okay.
Infrastructure, grants drying up, going away.
Again, if you could either we could have a conversation about that, so we have a little more background, or you don't have to send us an email, but just so that we can advocate for you, that would be great.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah. And again, I'm sorry that it was so fast and furious. But it was really nice of you to be here. And I think it showed how much we care and how much we want to represent San Miguel County, even at the federal level. So thank you for making time. Okay. Anything else? Mr. Tooley, I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard me at the beginning of this time with Representative Hurd, but we did prioritize the commissioners and other elected officials' comments, and unfortunately have run out of time for public comment. But I expect that Representative Hurd will be back. And of course, you know how to reach him otherwise. So, yes.
I called his office last night and it went to Lauren Bogert's voicemail.
Oh, that's interesting. All right, we are going to adjourn. It is 12:43. It's time for a lunch break. We had planned to be back at
1:15.
Let's plan on 1:15, and then we will start working our way through attorney matters and resume anything else, Mike, you need to share under manager matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nancy, are you staying out here? Okay.
Are we doing affordable housing now?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Sorry.
I wasn't gonna come up till I was ready.
All right. You could. Well, sure, you guys. Okay. The door, if it starts getting loud, yeah, I'll close it. Perfect.
Okay, Lance, we have to remember to read our.
Yes, if you go first, let me say ditto.
Okay, perfect.
I don't have a copy.
Uh, Oops. Okay, you guys, can you see it?
Just for this part,
Okay.
and then I'll pick it up.
Do you want it, me to be host till we get in the breakout room?
Yeah, that's why I just gave you, I just gave you folks back.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to go? We'll make Lane a host.
Are we done? Are we online? Clear.
Oh, can you make Lloyd Lane co-host? Yeah, I just gave away my power.
Hello, San Miguel County. We are back from our lunch break. It is 1:17 PM. And while we had anticipated discussing item 7A at 1:30, it turns out that our outside or our county housing authority attorney is available now. So we are going to initiate that executive session now. Before we do that, I would like to state that I am an owner of a property that is subject to a covenant with the county. And I do believe I can remain impartial for purposes of the discussion that will take place.
I have I'm in the same position and feel the same way.
Okay, we will, do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
I will second that. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. We are now moving into executive session to discuss item 7A, which is continued discussion on the San Miguel County Housing Authority legal review and interpretation. We are citing Colorado statute 24-6-402, citation 4B, advisement from an attorney. During this session, let's see, no decisions will be made, no written minutes will be made, and we will report out at the end of the session. All right, we are moving into executive session. Lane, thank you for your flexibility.
Of course.
We are just taking care of technological business.
Got it. Just let me know when you guys are ready and if you want me to give you an overview.
Yes.
I will let Maura manage the conversation.
Great, perfect.
Let you know when she'd like you to chime in.
Oh, yes, thank you. In case I have to share my screen.
And then I see two members of the public or the media still in the room.
We could get back to host then.
Echo. My mom says.
Your daughters say. Okay, you were ready to go? Nancy, can you hear us? The time is 2:54. The executive session has concluded. During the executive session, we did not discuss any matter outside the scope of the stated purpose of the executive session, nor did we take any action. Instead, we directed staff to conduct additional research. We will return to this topic, likely in an executive session on April 23rd. Moving on to Mike, do we have any more manager matters before we go? Okay, we are now going to move on to item 10B. An executive session continued from a previous meeting regarding developing a position for negotiations on land adjacent to Ilion Valley and Highway 145 intersection. Again, we are citing section 4B, advisement from an attorney, as well as section 4E, negotiation strategies. I will advise the public, since I failed to do so earlier, that we have two additional agenda items following 10B. They are also in executive session. We will not be having any other public discussion or make any other decisions for the rest of the meeting. So if you'd like to sign off, that is understandable.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
there may be decision points for items 10C and D that would happen outside of executive session.
Oh, for which ones? C and D?
Yes.
Okay. Maura, would you just say that again?
There may be decision points that need to be taken outside of executive session for items 10C and 10D.
Okay, thank you for that. So if you are interested in those decisions, then you should keep an ear out. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for item 10B?
Because it's.
So moved.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. We are now moving into executive session. The time is 2:56.
Yeah, I texted him. I'll call him. But he's not really critical for this.
Would someone like to let Ryan know that we're,
I'm on the phone with him.
Oh,
I
perfect.
texted him 5 minutes ago, but you didn't reply.
thanks.
Come on down. Oh, great. Sounds good. Thanks.
Oh, I was listening.
Ron catching us at our finest.
Yeah.
What's that?
You're catching us at our finest. We are alert. Feeling really frisky.
I think we should start having like dance breaks.
Huh.
Dancing or sugar?
Yeah.
We could play.
Well, we have the dance party room upstairs. Yeah.
That's right, using it.
Oh my, all right, actually,
Down here.
Hydrated.
Yeah. Very good, sounds good. I think that's all we have. For us,
I think so.
You want me to go into another room or do you want me to close my lid?
Oh, I'm not on Zoom. Better do that.
No, you're about to get bumped.
what happened moving other people into the waiting room? That seems so elegant.
I think we're leaving we're moving ourselves into a side room instead of moving other people into the side room. That's,
But wouldn't it be easier to just move? the two
Usually
people
we have more of the public at our meetings than.
Than
we have
more of us?
well, the other problem has also become that by having a YouTube meeting linked to that
Oh,
room,
oh, got it. Yep. So we need to leave.
we need to kind of step out.
We need to leave.
As
Yeah.
if there was a camera in here that we couldn't turn up, we've got a screen.
Hopefully that
It's
is.
still any good going.
So good.
What are they?
It's the cupcakes.
Okay,
Oh, funny. Yeah, I had one at the
Are
break.
they still up there?
Well, hello.
they've been upstairs all day.
I found mine, I just put out this morning coffee, I was like, it's rose infused,
Rose water.
rose water infused frosting with toasted,
Pistachio.
I wonder if they're still there.
Very gourmet.
Oh,
They're in an AHA cooking class.
Because I thought mom was out of town.
Girls are in AHA cooking class. And having 2 kids in the same class means I got
Double the cupcakes.
20 cupcakes.
Wow.
Okay.
Have you notified Tom and Haley that we're not available at 4?
Oh, well.
Okay, San Miguel County, it is 3:49 and we are now out of executive session. During that executive session, we spoke only about the topic on the agenda. We did not take any action. We just directed staff regarding further negotiations. Maura's not objecting to that, so thank you. We are now going to take a 10-minute break. We will return at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Bankruptcy.
To Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think even for that.
Well. Okay, San Miguel County, it is 4 p.m. We are back from our break and we are ready to move on to item 10C, which is an executive session to receive updates on the Paradox bankruptcy matter. We are citing section 4B for advisement from an attorney of Colorado statute 24-6-402. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well.
Motion.
Galena is abstaining for a moment. We are headed into executive session.
Well, quick question.
Oh,
Are you-
sorry.
Are you joking or are you serious? That
About-
she is abstaining?
She just had to
No,
step out.
she's not in the room.
Okay, so
Sorry.
she is not
Oh,
abstaining.
I beg
But
your pardon,
because this
she's
is part of the
absent.
official record.
Okay, she is, what do we say then?
Will she be returning to this session?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Gleason is temporarily unavailable. She'll be back momentarily.
And
to the
will
session.
join our executive session.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. And following this executive session, it is possible that we will be making a decision. So if anybody is interested in this matter, you may want to stay in whatever room Carmen puts you. And our estimated time is 20 minutes, but there are no promises. So let's head to executive session. And I'm sorry, I thought she was here and then she left. I would never have done this without Galena.
We can just pause if you
I
want.
think she's just taking care of business. Let's
Yeah,
go ahead and
let's
do
do
the movements needed to get into.
Yeah,
exec
whatever
session.
Carmen needs to do.
Okay,
Then we
great.
can
Yeah.
pause.
We're moving.
if we need to. Yeah, because here comes Galena.
Look what I found, Jared.
I heard.
They're really good.
Smells like roses.
Does it?
Tastes like roses. Yes.
It's a real.
You're ready now. Sorry about that.
No problem. Hello, San Miguel County. It is 4:23 and we are out of executive session. During this executive session, we received updates on the Paradox bankruptcy matter. We discussed only that matter and did not take any action. However, now that we are out of executive session, we would like to direct our attorney thus, with a little background for you. We've been discussing back taxes due from the Paradox midstream and Paradox upstream oil and gas operations. Currently, these entities owe San Miguel County and other regional tax districts approximately $1 million in back taxes. We had hoped to recover these back taxes during bankruptcy proceedings. However, our former bankruptcy attorneys failed to pursue our interests, which we consider malpractice. Thus, we have directed our attorney to retain outside counsel to send a demand letter to the former attorneys requesting that they compensate us for our losses. At the same time, we have directed our attorney to direct our new outside bankruptcy counsel to send a demand letter to the bank holding the sales proceeds from the Paradox bankruptcy. Do I need a
I would
motion?
just say any discussion on that direction and you can roll call your
Is there any discussion on
agreement
that
and
matter?
No further discussion from me.
Me either.
And do we need a motion to do that, or that's just a simple direction?
yeah, I think it's direction.
Okay.
is enough, Yeah.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 10B, which is our fourth executive session and final of the day. This is an executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal legal questions, again, citing section 4B and to instruct negotiators, I'm sorry, it's a long day, as well as 4E regarding pending litigation in the Masson versus BOCC et al.
I move to go into executive session.
I'm, I second.
You make
It's
me
been a
feel
long
better
day.
about my stumbling. How do you vote?
Aye.
I,
As well, we will now go into executive session. Now, we may provide direction to our staff when we come out. So if you're interested in that direction, stay tuned. Thank you.
So for this one, I might suggest, I'll give you the details and my recommendation, and the discussion and formal position should happen outside.
The discussion should as well.
Well, you can ask me questions, but here's what I think ideally, we're not just ratifying things that happened in executive session once we get out.
Okay.
The discussion of why the decision is being made should happen outside. So I'll give you my spiel and you can ask me questions, but then I think we should do X should happen
Hello, San Miguel County. It is 4:39 and we are now out of executive session on item 10D regarding pending litigation in Masson versus the Board of County Commissioners. While we were in executive session, we received some legal advice and asked a few specific legal questions. And we are now ready to share with the public what has been discussed, and then we will debate whether or how we'd like to move forward.
So the topic of the discussion was a settlement offer that was submitted by plaintiff contester Emily Masson in the case Masson versus Board of County Commissioners et al. Regarding the election for Measure 3A. And that offer relates to Ms. Masson's claims under CRS 111-201. That is the claims under the Uniform Election Code, specifically regarding ineligible electors. And the proposal is that each side agree to pay their own attorney's fees and costs, and that the defendant contestee parties admit that Measure 3A is solely a tax matter as defined by Article 10, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution, and that the contestee defendant parties admit that Measure 3A is not a request for or approval of long-term debt as defined by Article 10, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution. My summary of the offer is that the second two pieces of the offer are things that, if you see the briefings in the case, are not currently disputed by the contestee defendant parties. The county in particular has not taken a position on that because we submit that we're not a proper party to the litigation, but that's not something that we have disputed. The first item seems to be the primary objective for the settlement offer, which is to preclude a future award of attorney's fees against the plaintiff, Ms. Masson, because the statute does authorize attorney's fees to the defendant contestee parties if they are successful in defending the litigation. This offer does not resolve any of the other claims that are brought in the litigation and does not propose to dismiss the county, the Board of Commissioners, as a party. So presumably we would still be party to the case even if we were to accept this offer. And the offer does not include an agreement on the part of Ms. Masson that the election was in fact valid. So is my recommendation to the board that we not accept the offer as proposed.
That seems fairly wise to me. I can't actually see what would benefit the county in signing this. It seems like the only implication would be that we are unable to make a claim against her for our lawyers' fees, our legal fees, should we choose to do that in the future. So I just don't see how it would benefit us to sign this, particularly since she's asking us to admit two matters that we don't even dispute. It seems a little bit strange. How do the other commissioners feel?
I agree with your assessment.
I do as well. Okay, do we need a motion or should we just give you direction? Maura, I understand that if we do not respond to this offer of settlement within 14 days, then it essentially evaporates. It's as good as saying no.
Deemed rejected at that
Deemed
time.
rejected. I think I would just suggest that we not respond so that we don't have to do additional work in order to respond, given that that is the default position. How do the others?
I agree.
I agree as well.
Okay. Anything else you need from us? No? All right. Thank you for managing this matter for us. I believe we have reached the end of our February 26th agenda. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Commissioner Brown,
Oops.
just a quick question.
Please. Do you want to stay a little longer with us, Mike?
I do. I'm really liking this meeting and I want to keep it going forever. Two things popped up during the meeting. One was a request from Commissioner Goodtimes if we would sign onto a letter about allowing the 2 Ute tribes in our state to access state parks for free. I think I wanted to give you a heads up on that and see if you'd like to agendize that for next week for discussion, and I could have a draft letter prepared for your consideration, and then you could choose to or not to support that. And then
I would
that-
love to put that on the agenda for next week. Are you all in agreement?
I support that.
Fantastic. I will add that. And then the second was just to confirm the board's previous position in support of the CORE Act. I know Commissioner Gleason had some outreach asking for her to make a statement to our congressional representatives. And I just wanted to confirm that the board's position has not changed. I'm not asking you to take a new position, but to indicate whether you're still affirming your previous position.
I will affirm my previous position in support of the CORE Act.
I remain steadfast.
Very good. Thank you very much.
All right, and now,
I'll move to adjourn.
how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for a long, hard, and productive day.
It's a special meeting.